Chapter 1120. The Time Sand Sword was ranked fourth in the Divine Sword Record. Yun Nuashing had already obtained it when he was in Xiaoguang City. However, due to his lack of skill and knowledge, he could not repair it. In the small world of the elemental stone, he saw the time crack, so he thought of a plan and threw the Time Sand Sword into the Sea of Time to let it repair itself. He only left behind the original imprint of the divine body of spiritual reception. Unless he died, no one could get it. That imprint was for the convenience of retrieving it in the future. Only the heavens knew how long it would take to repair the sand sword in the Sea of Time. Only the heavens knew if it had fully recovered. If it even had a soul, there was no way for him to retrieve it. He could only squat at the side and cry. But now that he saw the time sand sword piercing through the barrier of the small divine land, he was relieved. At least the aura on the time sand sword was determined to be of the same origin, so the latter did not resist. Speaking of which, if these two really collided, the entire divine land would be finished. The time sand sword is made from the endless power of time and the power of the natural order. It has probably recovered to its peak state, so when it broke through space and fell from the Sea of Time, it affected the things with similar auras. Yes, at that time I was subduing the divine flame, so I was in a special time loop. But the power of the time sand sword was of a higher level than the closed time loop I made, so it affected us inside, even though that was not its intention. So at that time our energy loop was affected, and we woke up 600 years later. The time sand sword also pierced a hole in the barrier of the small divine land. Yun Nuashing tried to explain as simply as possible. After thinking for a while, she said simply, "To put it simply, the power of the time sand sword has a higher priority in the attribute of time. Its level on the world stairway is higher than mine, so it affected me. If it was the other way around, my level on the world stairway is higher than its level, then it could not affect me, but I would still fall into the small divine land." After listening for 5 seconds, everyone understood. Then they let out a long, "Oh." Moreover, they were very rational and did not ask what the stairway of the world was. If they had to explain something that they did not understand, it would take hundreds or thousands of words. That time scar is a fixed scar. It won't expand or shrink. It's fixed there, and it's very simple to deal with. I'll leave it to you. Yun Nuashing said to the stronghold's consciousness, "Now, open the door first. While you're at it, throw some things related to the Sword of Time into our minds. Oh, be gentle with them. They can't take it." The barrier's consciousness suddenly made a rather human-like gesture. It tilted its head and nodded in realization. With a wave of its right hand, a circular portal appeared in front of it. Its faint and emotionless voice was heard. "Understood. The door leads to the central zone." Yun Nuashing nodded. Just as she was about to walk in with her people, she quickly thought of something. "Oh, by the way, prepare the treasure. It might be useful in the near future. As for the specific time, anyway, just prepare it first. I'll inform you when the time comes." "Understood." With a wave of his hand, he led everyone into the circular portal and disappeared. The stronghold's consciousness watched them disappear into the portal. After confirming that the portal was closed, it swayed its body and came to the top of the small divine land stronghold, next to the time scar. It was a golden crack that looked like glass shards imprinted on space. It was at least 100,000 miles wide, and there were countless crisscrossing small cracks on the edges. It made the crack look exceptionally ferocious. The stronghold's consciousness reached out and squeezed hard at the time scar. "Begin the operation." Their vision became chaotic as the world spun. Everything was pulled into a long arc, and the whole world was spinning. This reminded everyone of a bad memory. Back in the 5 elements realm, they were inexplicably attracted to Leviathan by a force. In the end, they were smashed into the ground at a speed many times faster than the speed of light. They were probably lucky that they did not crash into the world. Everyone who recalled the incident felt their stomachs churn. Only Xian was a little calmer. She did not experience being smashed into the ground at the speed of light. At this moment, She grabbed Yun Nuashing and spun it around, but she was still calm. I hope I don't fall to the ground in 5 or 6 pieces, Nightmare said calmly. Then she retched and almost burst into tears. Everyone was speechless. All of a sudden, the spinning world calmed down. Stepping on solid ground, the fishy smell of soil and grass filled their nostrils. However, everyone's eyes were still bent into the shape of a mosquito coil, swaying like a tree in a violent wind. Splash! Wah! Water! At percent and asterisk. At the sound of someone falling into the water and screaming shocked everyone. However, they saw more than a dozen double images and could not focus at all. They could only judge from the sound that it was the unlucky Chu Chin who fell into the water. Little Chin, don't move. Be careful not to sink. I'll get you after you recover, Chu Yingzhan said. Finally, she was lucky enough to bump into a tree. She held onto the trunk and slid to the ground, twitching like a shrimp. It took a few minutes for everyone to find their own position and lie on the ground to avoid bumping into something unknown. Chu Chin had already stopped struggling and was floating on the water like a floating corpse. When everyone sat down, they hurriedly circulated the energy in their bodies to calm the dizziness in their minds. At the same time, they processed a lot of information in their minds, all of which were related to the small divine land and the time sand sword. Other than that, there was another very important thing. Although they felt dizzy with their eyes closed, they could feel that something in their bodies had been activated, and it was an explosive activation. The feeling was like being unable to speak for 100,000 years and finally roaring out a word. Just by hearing their own roars, they felt like they were going to ascend to immortality. That was the sudden activation of the star fate, which was also the main reason why their minds were in a mess. Previously, they had imagined countless scenarios, such as ascending to immortality in broad daylight and being struck by lightning for 3 days and 3 nights before being enlightened. However, they did not expect that they would be so dizzy that they could not find themselves. Boss! Ugh, the star fate has been activated. Ugh, I'm so King dizzy. Nightmare's handsome face was pale. Every time he spoke, he retched and tears flowed down his face. Yuan, she propped himself up and struggled for a while before lying down again. How do you feel? My voice has become a little clearer. Is your voice better? Yuan, she was speechless. No, it seems to have become my voice when I was 17 or 18 years old. Listen, it doesn't sound as manly as usual. If you say that out loud, the boss will beat you to death. Everyone nodded in understanding. There were 4 men in the team, and one of them was a girl from the beginning to the end. If there was someone who did not sound manly, it would be him. Even the crazy girl Chu Yingzhan was more manly than him. Ming lay face down on the ground, the wings on his back flapping. Where's my brother? I don't know. I feel like the whole Yuan world is spinning. I don't have time to see where the boss is. Bro, answer me. Your sister is calling you. Did you throw her out? After waiting for a few minutes, everyone slowly opened their eyes. A faint light began to gather in front of their eyes. Their shaking vision was trying to focus, but they could finally see what their surroundings looked like. The sky was dark and gloomy. If that was the sky, everyone thought that it was the void. They had dealt with the void many times, so they could quickly recognize the appearance of the void. Moreover, the scene of faint purple and black blending in the distance confirmed their thoughts. Although they were in the void, it was not completely dark. A bright light came from nowhere, allowing them to see the situation around them clearly. The bright light made them feel like there might be an invisible sun. The place where they landed was beside a 10-meter wide river. The river was not turbulent, which could be seen from a large floating object hanging on the river. Chu Chen had been floating there for almost 10 minutes and had not been washed away. The riverside was an open space that was not very wide. There were some messy footprints among the fine green grass. It could be seen that they were from the same small creature. The footprints were only 2 fingers wide, but it was obvious that it was very powerful. There was only one type of footprints beside the water source, which should be occupied by some powerful demon beast. Since they had fallen here, they might have been discovered by it. Looking into the distance, they could only see a dense forest. Through the gaps in the forest, they could see the situation faintly. They seemed to be on a higher ground. Looking into the distance, they could only see the void. There was also a faint light coming from below. Xian calmed himself down and slowly stood up. He called out in his soul, "Little star, where are you?" There was no response from the soul, which made everyone's hearts turn cold. In this unfamiliar place, no matter how out of the norm that guy was, he would have to move around to be able to use it. With his thin and frail demigod body, he would be done for if he touched anything. Just as everyone's heart sank, a shrill voice came from the soul. I'm here. I'm fine. You guys wait." That shrill voice was like the voice of a little girl who had yet to go through puberty. Everyone was stunned when they heard it, but he had already cut off the connection in time, so no one could investigate further. They were all confused. Chu Chen climbed out of the water. He shook off the water on his body and looked up. He could not help but point at Yuan, Shi, and Nightmare. "Hey, you too have become younger." Everyone turned to look at Yuan, Shi, and Mo Yen when they heard this. They saw that Yuan, Shi, and Mo Yen had changed from looking like they were in their 20s to looking like they were 18 years old. They didn't find it strange when they thought about the rejuvenation that they had mentioned earlier. Yuan, she looked at the river and had a strange expression. "That's not right. I'm still young. How can I be rejuvenated?" Nightmare said casually, "Maybe the stars felt that your soul was old and shrunk you. By the way, so did I, but I didn't change." Chu Yingzhan pointed at herself. Feng thought for a moment. "Maybe they felt that you were young enough." Yuan, she rolled his eyes at her. "That's strange. Look, only the two of us have become younger. If both of us were to become younger, with Little Star's incredible soul age, wouldn't it be?" Yuan, she was suddenly stunned. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Thinking back to Yun Nuoxing's voice and how he had hurriedly cut off the soul communication, they all felt that some shocking secret had been exposed. Then the fire of gossip burned in their eyes. They sensed in their souls. As expected, he had cut off the connection and could not find him. Feng's nose twitched. Her eyes lit up. She smiled and pointed at the forest. "This way, follow me." Before she could finish her sentence, little Bing had already run out with a whoosh. The soul link between the two of them could not be concealed. The group of people had sinister smiles on their faces. They tiptoed and followed Bing and Feng into the forest. After walking for only 2 minutes, the two girls stopped. They climbed behind a tree and peeked inside. Seeing this, the others could not wait to squeeze in and take a look inside. They saw that in an empty space between a few trees, there was a huge tree root that protruded 2 to 3 meters out of the ground. At this time, sitting on the tree root was a little unfamiliar Loli. Her skin was as white as translucent ice crystals. She had dazzling eyes and 2 diamond-shaped pupils. Her face was really delicate and cute. The most conspicuous thing was the long, colorful hair that was almost tied up behind the little girl's back. The hair was held in her hands and kept fiddling with it. It was really tied up. There were also pieces of grass and were tangled in the hair, as if she had dragged it from the grass for a distance. That ridiculously thick, colorful hair and that starry robe had buried half of her body. Everyone looked at each other in horror. The guess in their hearts was confirmed. After this guy came back, he went into the small divine land with the star fate. In the end, he turned into an 11 or 12-year-old lowly. They felt that their worldview was about to collapse. Damn it! What terrible thing did this hair go through to be tied up like this? Yun Nuoxing sat on the tree root. His face was covered in sweat as he fiddled with the long, colorful hair that was tied up into a spiral. The more he could not untie it, the more agitated he became. The more agitated he was, the more he could not untie it. He was so agitated that he did not notice that someone was peeping behind him. He even forgot to take care of his current body. Xian also looked at him anxiously. After staring at him for 2 minutes, he finally could not help but fly to his side and press his head. You can't untie it like this. Wah! Yun Nuoxing did not notice that there was someone behind him. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He shot forward and turned around to glare at Xian angrily. Why didn't you make any sound when you walked? No. How did you find me? Wah! Don't look. Don't look. I don't want to live anymore. Everyone listened and broke out in cold sweat. This guy's persona was collapsing. Xian walked over and hugged him without saying anything. He pressed his head with one hand and said softly, Shut up, sit still, and don't move. The small Yin Nuoxing trembled all over as he recalled the fear of being dominated by them. His small body curled up as he trembled. Everyone who saw this did not know whether to laugh or cry. Indeed, there was always one thing to conquer another. After this fellow became small, he was directly suppressed. This is the buffer zone, the last checkpoint before entering the small China. It's to prevent too many people from rushing into the small China and causing the space here to become unstable. It's also used to prevent people with dangerous objects from entering the small China, so as to prevent the barrier from disintegrating from the inside. As you all know, once someone starts looking for trouble, there's no way to stop them. This buffer zone is designed to forcibly prevent people from entering the small China. It's either to kill them or not to let them in. This is a piece of land that I casually plucked over and turned into a floating island. There's still a huge amount of energy and life energy remaining on it. I just learned that something incredible has been nurtured here. Of course, it's only for ordinary people. It might even be a paradise now. The barrier's consciousness has divided the buffer zone into several regions and randomly tossed people all over the world. Under normal circumstances, it won't show itself. The central region is the place with the highest energy concentration, which is where we're at right now. There's probably a lot of natural treasures there, but well, they're not of any use to us. The small Yun Nuoxing explained the situation in this space in a brisk and childish voice. Xian and Foam were behind him, playing with his long, curly hair. Yuan, she looked at this, big lowly, awkwardly. His cheeks twitched. Then how do we get to the small China? Why don't you look at the information the barrier's consciousness gave you? Chu Yingzhan said in annoyance, I just looked through everything. We just need to go to the other side of the buffer zone. It's not that far for us. If Dumbo takes us there, we'll be there in one teleport. We'll be in the real small China after we get there. Yun Nuoxing nodded. If you're interested, you can take a look at the buffer zone, especially the celestial luck in your bodies. It's already starting to take effect. Nightmare scratched his head. Other than becoming younger and more energetic, I can't detect any other changes. Well, don't worry. It's all subtle. Yun Nuoxing stood up and looked into the distance. I'd like to rush in directly. Sit down. Don't move. Wait for me to finish before we rush in. Xian pushed him down and stared at the pretty Mei Mao. Yun Nuoxing shivered and shrunk his body even smaller. He mumbled so much that no one knew what to say. After all the preparations were done, Yun Nuoxing was almost done with the girls. Everyone stood up and prepared to jump off the cliff. Yun Nuoxing waved his hand. Then let's fly over slowly. Fly over. Bing! Suddenly lifted him up excitedly and hugged him in her arms. She took the lead and rushed out, leaving behind a silly laugh. Hee, the daddy of the small one. Wah! You stupid dragon! Put me down! Put me down! I'm not a doll. I'm with you. You can't be so rude just because I've become smaller. I'm your father, not your son. I'm a very mature soul in front of you. Help! I'm going to die. I'm too ashamed to face anyone. Everyone was speechless. This guy had completely let himself go. Clouds of black fog wandered in the desolate wilderness. A faint mist filled the sky and earth. It was the wandering dark elemental energy, but it had already lost its power and became a decoration. At most, it dimmed the sky and earth slightly, but it couldn't obstruct the view of the ground. However, all that could be seen was the desolate land and jagged rocks. The ground was full of man-made cracks, which should have been there during a battle. Occasionally, there would be black waves in the sky, as if something was disturbing the void and the dark elemental energy. It was as if a giant beast was lurking in the void. The small divine land was ultimately cut off from the god realm. There was a void between the two. The explosion of dark elemental energy back then didn't completely destroy this place, but it caused another kind of terrible destruction. Even if one went from the buffer zone to the small divine land, one could still see the edge of the void. It's a bit desolate. There aren't many people. Yuan, she kept looking around. The buffer zone wasn't very big. It was only the size of a large city. It's probably because there aren't many people coming in at this time. The small divine land isn't a place you can enter as you wish. The isolation between this place and the outside world is very serious. Sometimes it takes 1,000 years for news to spread in the god realm, Nightmare said. But there's another big news breaking into the small divine land. Qin Yan glanced at Yun Nuashing. She had pretty much sorted out the information. She already knew a lot of things before she even went in. Yun Nuashing looked at Zian and the others with a wronged expression. He wanted them to help him save him from Bing Er's arms, but they only looked at him with interest. Their eagerness to try made him despair. He didn't know what kind of strange talent this stupid dragon had triggered. When he was about to give up on being saved, he glanced at the 2 balls at the back of his head and let out a long sigh. Then he looked down at the ground below. I just said that there's a lot of life here, and it's already so desolate. This place has been desolate for many years. It seems that no matter how big the buffer zone is, it's not enough to sustain permanent living conditions. After all, it's missing the heart of the world. From the moment it was dug out and thrown into the void, it was no longer under the control of the heart of the world. Moreover, it's still floating in the void. But it's already beyond my expectations that could last until now. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the lifeless scene in front of him. There are many traces of battle. There are also bones buried here. Qin Yan said softly. It's probably because there was some kind of treasure here when it was green. It was snatched by the people who came in with us. Yuan, she said casually. Let's hurry up a little. Yun Nuashing wrinkled his nose. With my talent for being a troublemaker, I'm afraid there's some kind of problem again. Everyone agreed. After all, they would never run out of trouble if they followed him. Chapter 11:21. The void fog was a kind of thing that could destroy both laws and causality. It was known as the abyssal death fog during the Dark Age. In this era, Navira, the first god to discover it, named it the void fog. So far, no one knew what it was. There was no energy fluctuation, no similar attributes related to life. Will, and not even a strand of thought. It might be a phenomenon, but the void fog was man-made. It was thrown out by the legendary neighbors of the realm of the gods, and was currently causing chaos in the 3 planes of the 8 elemental realms. Currently, it was known that the methods of destruction included, but were not limited to the collapse of the timeline, directly making the concept of space disappear and throwing out a lot of ugly creatures that might be the failed synthesis of the creator to cause physical and psychological damage to the enemy. It would destroy the enemy's thoughts and spread itself to any corner of the world like a plague, and then devour the world clean. It was simple, convenient, and fast. It had a habit of appearing suddenly, sneaking up behind you when you were ready for the front line, and causing damage to your anus that was equivalent to splitting heaven and earth, making you angry and sorrowful. So when Yun Nuashing suddenly came across a piece of filthy land in the buffer zone, he showed great calmness and raised his middle finger to launch a regional taunt. What the F***CK? His friends, on the other hand, began to curse in his soul without restraint. Their exclamations overlapped, and his head was buzzing like tens of thousands of ducks barking at each other across a river. At this moment, Yun Nuashing reckoned that even a dragon would be drowned by the duck's merciless quacking, crawling on the ground in agony. As for whether the dragon would be in agony, Yun Nuashing was not sure. Anyway, he was already on the verge of a mental breakdown. The buffer zone was about the central region. The place where they were thrown down was at the center of the entire buffer zone. It would not take too long to reach the real small divine land from here. Even if they flew slowly and strolled around, it would take less than 3 to 4 hours. After knowing that it was not a long distance, everyone showed their due curiosity about this special zone and flew slowly with the mentality of a sightseeing tour, until they bumped into a piece of dark land. At this moment, everyone completely understood how serious the estrangement between small divine land and the outside world was. Even if the people inside did not recognize this dark thing, they probably knew how destructive it was. The ground was full of scars, and there were broken limbs everywhere. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. The ground below was so black that it was smoking. A large group of strange black creatures that were more brutal than wild beasts and had no sense of reason wandered in the wilderness. Everywhere they went, the ground was covered in black, and it was still spreading. Everywhere they went, there was a disgusting smell. The tide of darkness, the army of darkness, they had faced it head-on once in Mount Fengyan. At this moment, everyone was no stranger to the crawling, lying and squirming things on the ground. It was just that they were disgusting and nauseating. The air was filled with a disgusting and extremely disgusting smell. Just thinking about it made them feel a wave of heat rush up from their abdomens to their throats. They almost vomited out last year's dinner. However, this news did not spread back to the realm of the gods. No one in the outside world knew that there were such ominous things here. The teleportation zone has probably been lost a long time ago. The probability of the void fog seeping into small divine land is as high as 90%. Yun Nuashing rubbed her bangs and whispered in a childish voice, "A large amount of energy in the buffer zone has been seized here. It doesn't seem like it was done by someone. Based on what I know about the nature of the void fog, it's most likely that they're devouring the energy. That's why the other places appear so desolate." "Your shadow didn't tell you about this?" Yuan, she was very surprised. "Isn't it in charge of the stronghold in small divine land? Why didn't it tell you about such a big thing that happened here?" Yun Nuashing shook her head. "It wouldn't know about this. It only manages the stronghold itself. Occasionally, it would take a look at what's happening in small divine land. It can't see the buffer zone, and since it didn't tell me about this, then the damage caused by the void fog in small divine land might not be too serious. Maybe it's only spread to places like the border of small divine land. Perhaps only the people who passed through the buffer zone and lived at the border of the small divine land knew about this. Perhaps it also alarmed others. However, since they couldn't see any threat or benefit from it, there weren't too many powerful people who cared about it," Ziyen said. Yuan, she's cheeks trembled. "After all, those who go to small divine land are all demigods and low-level gods. If 1 or 2 of them die, it won't even cause a ripple. Even if a large number of them die, no high-level gods will care. This is a fatal illness." Nightmare shook his head. He thought of something and looked at Yun Nuashing. "Boss, could there be god-level life forms in small divine land?" Yun Nuashing nodded. "Yes, theoretically there should be. The power of the natural order in small divine land is from the ancient age, but there shouldn't be any heavenly gods. Probably. It's hard to say. I don't know how anyone could ascend to become a heavenly god when the natural order has withered to such a degree. In my opinion, if that heavenly god from the 133rd era really ascended to become a heavenly god in this era, it would be a miracle, an amazing miracle." "So amazing!" Chu Yingzhen could not help but say, "I was just observing the natural order of the natural order. Wasn't I patrolling the law ripples in the divine realm some time ago? Through the records of the pillar of creation and my own senses, I was able to obtain a ripple of the law concept layer. The real situation is only 1 in a billion different from what I recorded, so it's negligible. My conclusion is that after 130 eras, the law of decay has reached an unprecedented level, and it's still getting worse even now. I'm talking about the law suppression of the Yuan realm, and even the divine realm is getting worse. No matter how independent the divine realm is, it's impossible to be independent of the Yuan realm. To become a god, you need to brand your god's mark in the law level of this world. To be more specific, it's in the law concept layer. This brand will not be stopped by anything, and will definitely come into contact with the law concept layer of the divine realm. However, after 130 eras, this step is almost impossible to succeed, not to mention that the gods need to come into contact with the primordial realm itself, and there's also a noisy to death void declaration to be issued. Xian. In other words, after 130 eras, it is impossible for any heavenly gods to be born again, let alone a new heavenly god. More or less, but we can't rule out the existence of extreme examples. For example, I have my own special way to ascend to the later stages of the divine realm. In 1 or 2 lifetimes, I also helped Sister Shui. I should be in that position anyway, so it's still possible for me to run back, and it's also within the permissible range to help someone along the way. After all, no matter how much I run, I'm still running in the same place. Yuan, she frowned. Then, do you think it's possible that the one in the 133rd era is actually an old monster from a few eras ago? It's also reincarnated, so it also has a special way to ascend to the heavenly god level? It's also possible. It's not my privilege to go through the reincarnation road, so it's normal for others to do it. Everyone glanced at him and could not help but think, so far, you seem to be the one who died the most happily, treating the reincarnation road like your backyard. Ahem, stop. If you're really interested in this, we can talk about it slowly when the astrological signs are good. Yin Nuashing coughed softly and finally brought the topic back. Now, let's look at the things in front of us. Ugh, I was just about to avoid this topic and you brought it back. Chu Yingzhan smiled bitterly. The things on the ground were too disgusting, and they really did not want to look at them anymore. Yuan Shi and the others quickly took out their weapons from their pants and gestured at the air. I feel my body become lighter. Is it an illusion? Boss, where do we fight? How do we fight? Nightmare asked casually. Everyone turned to look at Yun Nuashing, waiting for his instructions. However, when they turned their heads, they saw a purple-black door. Well, now that his body was getting smaller and smaller, the 2-meter-long netherworld sword was as wide as a door. In the past, he could hold the sword with one hand, but now both hands were trembling. Feng Er could not help but laugh. His current state was really too cute. Fortunately, the netherworld sword could change. Yun Nuashing shrunk the netherworld sword to half its original size in a short while. It did not look as majestic, but at least it was not uncomfortable to hold. He glanced at Feng Er and wanted to reach out and pinch her face. Unfortunately, he could not help but sigh when he thought of how Bing Er hugged him like a doll. Fight. Don't worry about anything. Go all out and kill until you reach the teleportation zone. You don't plan to kill everyone alone? Chu Yingzhan did not forget to ask when she was warming up. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and said faintly, "We will have to deal with these things in the future, so I'm letting you guys familiarize yourselves with them in advance. Now let's fight." Hurrah! Nightmare roared, and like a cannonball, he shot towards the black clouds on the ground at a speed many times faster than the speed of sound. A violent explosion was accompanied by a large ball of dazzling light. A huge energy crater was imprinted on the ground, and the tens of thousands of dark soldiers on the ground disappeared without a trace. Then, in the blink of an eye, they were drowned by even more waves. Don't go too fast. Be careful not to fall to your death. Yuan, she also shouted as he dove down with a gust of wind. Behind him were Chu Chen, Xian, and the others, as well as Yun Nuashing, who was being hugged by Bing Er with one hand. The latter was still waving her little arms and legs in vain, and she looked like she was about to die. Roar! The dark army that was wandering aimlessly in the wilderness came to life at this moment. They focused all their attention on the few craters on the ground. The rich breath of life made them go crazy. Countless hisses converged into an earth-shattering roar that reverberated in the wilderness. Then, in the next moment, the clearly visible darkness on the ground surged towards Yun Nuashing and the others like a tidal wave. Once again, they were drowned in the endless black tide. The monsters pounced on them from every angle. There were strange, inhuman creatures everywhere. Even the humanoid black fog had 30 heads and 60 arms. Any one of them could stop a child from crying at night. They were like the grotesque creatures born from the deepest nightmares in the world. Even those with strong minds could not help but fall into a trance when they fell into the sea of black fog. It was as if they were in a dream, having an endless nightmare. If they did not want to be swallowed by the nightmare, they could only keep waving the sharp blades in their hands. When Yuan Shi and Nightmare, who were at the forefront, tore a hole in the dark tide, the whole world seemed to be boiling. The black monsters that covered the sky and the earth roared in a demonic voice that made people tremble in fear. They charged again and again without fear of death. They were not alive, so they could not feel pain. Even death could not stop them. Boom! Boom! Bursts of energy that caused the earth to tremble blasted the countless black fog limbs into the air, tearing them into shreds and vanishing without a trace. Even further away, gigantic dark monsters appeared out of thin air. They seemed to be born from the light, endless and endless. When Yuan Shi and Nightmare led the charge and led the team for thousands of miles, everyone could clearly feel an invisible pressure coming from all directions. Those strange monsters were not all trash that could be easily torn apart. Just as Yun Nuashing and that old ghost said, after the cannon fodder, there would be higher-level cannon fodder. However, they did not feel it in the void crack in Mount Fengyan. There were only low-level cannon fodder there. This made his heart sink slightly. Perhaps the void fog that had entered the buffer zone was not a small amount that had accidentally slipped in. If the void fog had been condensed into a ball, it would have been enough to keep itself from being destroyed. Then it would continue to strengthen itself, causing the void fog to expand and spread out. In this process, the dark tide would also continue to grow stronger. It might not have been like this during the Age of Darkness, but it was no longer the Age of Darkness. Who knew what would happen after such a long period of time? And from the looks of it, the dark tide had changed a long time ago. Therefore, Yun Nuashing did not take that old ghost's information as completely accurate. He was also using his own method to determine the battle strength and changes of the dark tide. Yuan Shi and Xian also knew his plan, so they did not use their full strength when they pushed forward. Yuer even had the strength to play with a large group of monsters in the palm of her hand so that he could see clearly what was special about these monsters. A giant that was thousands of feet tall suddenly rushed into the battlefield, holding a huge pillar that supported the sky and smashing it down. A huge shadow fell from the sky like a curtain of darkness. Yuan Shi and the others were stunned for a moment. They turned their gazes and hurriedly retreated. The black pillar slammed heavily on the ground. Countless rocks and soil flew everywhere. A large number of black monsters were shattered into countless black fog. However, the black fog did not dissipate like the monsters that were destroyed. Instead, it floated to the rear and reformed into a new batch of abnormally disgusting monsters that pounced forward again. Wow! Can they differentiate between friend and foe? The last time I saw it, it wasn't like this. Yuan Shi's figure appeared in midair and paused for a moment. She let out a loud roar, and a massive green tornado exploded in midair. Tens of thousands of black monsters were swept into the tornado and torn to shreds by the storm. Last time, the dark tide didn't become stronger. Nightmare shouted and slapped thousands of black monsters away. In the endless army, there were already creatures that he could not kill with a single slap. Of the thousands of monsters that were sent flying, only 70 to 80% were smashed into pieces. The rest landed safely on the ground and only staggered a little. However, to the dark monsters, those that were not dead were all at their peak state. A single mindless monster in its peak state was not scary, and they were not afraid of 10 of them. 100 of them could only make them move a little. However, if this number was multiplied by 100, 1,000, or even 100,000 times, it would become an endless army that drowned them both inside and outside. Boss, are you done? If you are, we are going to kill them all. Before Nightmare could finish his sentence, they heard a childish shout, "Squat down!" Everyone trembled. Xian, Yuanxi, and the others quickly slapped the monsters around them away and squatted down or half knelt down. Bing Air and Little Apple, who came out to help, fell to the ground because of their height. Just as they were about to move, a dazzling dark purple sword light swept across with a blinding light. Wherever it passed, the dark tide disappeared without a trace. The huge giant and its pillar exploded into black clouds that filled the sky. Boom! Boom! The sword light instantly disappeared into the horizon. It was as if a huge cloud had gathered within a radius of 100,000 kilometers and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. It was so empty that only a black wilderness could be seen. Moreover, the darkness on the ground was also gradually dissipating with the disappearance of the dark army. Yun Nuashing saw this and nodded. The dark tide has the ability to pollute the environment. Once they occupy a large enough stronghold, they can use all the energy in the world to transform into an endless dark army. And these are just splits of the void mist. Spots of light gathered around him and formed into a human figure. The human figure picked him up. Yun Nuashing cried out. For a moment, he forgot what he was thinking about just now. He hurriedly shouted and struggled. "Stupid angel! Stupid! Stupid! Let me down! You can't do this to me. I just became smaller, but I have a very mature soul." Ming held his arms and ignored his words. He said softly, "The purification effect of the holy power is not obvious. The holy flame of the angel can't restrain them. They are monsters without souls, intelligence, or even attributes. How can you restrain them? I still don't know what the void mist is, but they can't restrain anything. It's just that the polluting ability of the Dark Army is a very serious problem. They can replenish their energy from all the energy and objects in the environment. The former is needless to say. As for the latter, it can be as small as a stone or a grain of sand, as big as a person or a mountain. Everything can be turned into a part of them." Yun Nuashing wanted to cry, but had no tears. He gave up struggling and smacked his lips. "This is really tricky. What should we do in the future?" The last sentence was said so softly that Ming did not hear it clearly. "Ah, brother, what did you just say?" Yun Nuashing shook his head. For the time being, he did not tell them everything about the underworld and the void mist. He was afraid that it would scare them. Ah, now is not the time to relax. A rumbling sound came from the ground, as if there were thousands of giants running on the ground. A black line appeared on the distant horizon, bringing with it an extremely terrifying aura. The aura that came rushing over was many times more ferocious than the previous one. The boss is very good at angering the enemy. Nightmare weighed the weapon in his hand and looked at the big-sized lowly. "Boss, can we use all of our strength?" Yun Nuashing nodded and waved his hand. "Let's go. I see the teleportation zone. Crush all the enemies in front of us. Boom!" Everyone roared in unison. The power of dozens of godly techniques made the void mist tremble. Monstrous flames and explosions of energy surged in all directions. Yun Nuashing took the opportunity to break free from Ming's embrace and stood at the front of the team. His colorful hair dragged on the ground. Magic arrays and godly weapons appeared one after another. He held the netherworld ruined sword in his left hand and pointed the glittering silver spear in his right. The surging energy within a radius of 10,000 miles turned into a sky-covering wave with this point. It turned into a turbulent ocean that rushed forward. Kill. Following Yun Nuashing's childish roar, the Dark Army also responded with a roar that shook the void mist. The two groups of people collided with monstrous energy at that moment. The entire void mist reverberated with the echoes of the void mist. The void mist was torn apart. This buffer zone was almost torn apart by the clash between the two armies. Although Yun Nuashing's body had shrunk, he was still a violent maniac. As he waved his spear and the godly weapon floating beside him, the void mist and the void mist collapsed according to the size of the area. No one knew how many times the void mist had collapsed and how many times the time barrier had healed. Behind him were Zian, Ming, and the others who were willing to risk their lives to keep up with him. If Ming had not used the power of light to wrap them up and fly at full speed, Zian and the others would not have been able to do anything other than risk their lives to keep up with him. Yun Nuashing's charging speed was unimaginable. No one could imagine how a ball of light could maintain such a high speed and damage at the same time. The Dark Army's attack style was very ordinary. Most of them were close-range attacks. Not many of them could release energy attacks from a distance. However, when they gathered together, they would have a terrifying aura. The aura they gathered together would form a chaotic domain that could weaken energy attacks. Ordinary energy attacks would not be of much use when they collided with the chaotic domain. Furthermore, the more of them there were, the stronger the chaotic domain they formed would be. Under all kinds of restrictions, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Army conquered the entire world. However, they had encountered a lunatic among lunatics whose energy was not affected by the chaotic domain. Furthermore, Zian and the others had cultivated a divine technique that ensured that their energy would not be disturbed by this simple chaotic domain. They did not need to limit themselves to close-range combat. The only thing that made them feel dangerous was that this Dark Army did not have any thoughts. They would not rest until they were dead and would never tire. If they could not end the battle quickly and drag it out, they would become a real nightmare army. Chapter 11:22. When countless people collided with others in their lives and released their light, when the light illuminated the entire continent, few people noticed that a corner of the continent was stained with a deep darkness. It was slowly peeling off and swallowing the chaotic continent that was in conflict, but it was happening at the distant border. The land in the center of Little Divine Prefecture was still quite peaceful. The peace here meant that they had not yet been involved with the deep darkness, but Little Divine Prefecture was bustling every day. The terrifying power of the void fog that distorted the rules and broke the timeline was eating away at the deep order of this world, disintegrating the peace of this world bit by bit, twisting it bit by bit. It had already settled down here, gently polluting this peaceful world. It had been here for a long time, entrenched here for a long time without dispersing. The guards at the border had fought countless battles with it, and countless young and conceited people had joined this long battle, hoping to achieve the effect of training themselves and explode at the limit. But they did not expect to die quietly. This place had swallowed countless lives, and it had been so long that it could be written into history, recorded as a short history of the passing of time. This was the border of chaos, the merciless strangling of life, but countless people fought to be the first to come here. If one took a closer look, one could easily summarize the people who came here. Teenagers, young people, very young people who took things too hard at a young age, young people who wanted to die at a young age, and people who daydreamed all day long. There was a medium-sized city at the border of chaos, 100,000 miles away from the dark border. It was a city that was similar to a supply station and a place to stay. Along a line at both ends of the city, one could see many cities that were not too big or small, and they faintly formed a blockade. This was the futile struggle of the mad scholar who sensed the danger of the dark border 1,000 years ago. It was the blockade that was built by the powerful emperor of the underworld, and at the same time it attracted countless young people who came here with the purpose of training themselves, because this place had the most dangerous battlefield. It was also very famous in Little Divine Prefecture, but it was also the weakest battlefield. The black monsters were very strong, but they stopped at the level of middle-level gods and low-level gods. No one had ever paid attention to this place. In this place, where madness and despair were separated by a thin line of sky, only a lonely old man guarded the city gate for 1,000 years, watching the madness continue to spread, and the blockade retreated again and again, constantly lengthening. There is only endless desolation and death here, and the breath of despair will devour all hope of life. Go back, quickly, children. You have come to the wrong place to train yourselves. You should not have come here. There is only loneliness and death here, only death and only darkness. In the city, at the very center of the ceiling line, there was an old man at the city gate facing the border of darkness. He looked to be in his 70s or 80s, old and senile. His figure was stooped, and he didn't have much hair left, but he still had a large beard. He stood at the city gate every day, watching as a group of young people left the city gate and headed for the border of darkness. Occasionally, he would say 2 or 3 words of advice to the newcomers, but he would never resist or say more than a few words. He would only silently record how many of the newcomers had left and how many of them had returned. This group of acquaintances was still persevering, but the older students had not seen him for many days. So cruel, so heartless, so sarcastic. The old man guarding the city sighed, his hands holding the broom up and down on the ground. But there was nothing on the ground that he needed to sweep. Old man, it's getting cold. You should get some rest. There's no place to shelter from the wind and rain in this place. A young man chuckled beside him. The old man slowly raised his turbid eyes and saw the young man with a blue butterfly hairband slowly walking towards him. He took the broom from the young man's hand and swept the ground without saying anything. He still remembered this young man. He was one of the minor leaders of the group of people who escaped from the dark border 3 months ago. They were a new group of people who came from the outside world. But unfortunately, it was very difficult for them to return. One of his companions was injured and was still recuperating in the city. At the time, this young man was running around looking for medicine, and the old man happened to run into him. So he casually gave him a hand. Who would have thought that this young man would still be here today? The old man stared at the young man with his turbid eyes and said nothing. After not seeing him for a while, the young man appeared to have become a bit more haggard, more mature and steady. He no longer had the frivolity and hot-bloodedness of the young people who had just arrived, which was actually a good thing. In this damned place, such personalities were unnecessary. Old man, how long do you think it will take for the dark border to spread here? The young man suddenly sighed. The old man was silent. He looked at the dark area on the horizon. The breeze blew his long white beard. He murmured in a low voice, endless despair, the darkness will devour everything. In the unknown scenes, there are inhuman battles. There is a hole in the depths of the world, and they are taking advantage of it to enter. They are endless, they are already here. The young man was a bit surprised. The old man rarely spoke. This is not a battlefield, this is not a battlefield. This is a place of destruction, a trace of the spreading destruction. This is not their battlefield. This is not your battlefield. The young man frowned and couldn't help but say, "But isn't the existence of the sacred fortress to stop the dark border from spreading? Those powerful people in the small divine land don't want to care about this small matter at the edge of the border. But for the people who live here, this is a matter of life and death." Wrong, wrong. One day it will be devoured. This is their war, their battlefield, a battle of the higher-ups. We should be vigilant, we should be vigilant. No one. The old man's words were unclear, and the young man didn't know what he was thinking or saying. He helplessly shook his head and looked up at the dark border in the distance. From this distance, he could barely see the bursts of energy and the eruption of a new battle. He couldn't help but sigh. He and the others hadn't been to that place for a long time. It had been more than 3 months since they rushed out of the dark border, and they had been staying in the sacred fortress. They were a bit lost, but not completely dispirited. They came to the small divine land to train themselves, but they didn't expect to encounter such a disaster as soon as they came in. There were even people who died tragically in the dark border, and they could only watch as the people who came from the same place turned into a huge black monster that was 100 meters tall. They needed a little bit of time to calm down and reignite their fighting spirit. Lin Sheng, you're here in a daze again. Ah, old man, you're still healthy today, but the cold wind from the dark border has been a bit strong recently. You should go and rest. Anyway, there's nothing to sweep at the city gate. A figure as strong as a mountain walked out of the city gate with shaking steps. He slapped the young man and made him stagger, then bowed to the old man. Lin Sheng's body trembled violently, and he couldn't help but roll his eyes. Roshan, Roshan, you'll dislocate my shoulder sooner or later. Haha, you're exaggerating. Chuan Jingshan laughed and scratched the back of his head. Qing Lian asked me to come find you. Senior Mingyu and Jun Luo said that there might be new movements and asked us to go and talk. After passing on the message, he sighed heavily. We've been recuperating here for more than 3 months, and everyone has finally come back to their senses. That dark border is a nightmare. I can't even control my thoughts just by looking at it. I really don't know why these people like to go there so much. The old man glanced at the big man and said flatly, Ignorant people will eventually have to pay the price for their ignorance, but no one asks for anything in return. They will become them, and they will become them, and they will speed up the retreat of the blockade line. Yes, old man, you're saying that again. I have a friend, he's very powerful, and I think he's right about one thing. No one can stop others from seeking death, but once someone wants to seek death, that person has already taken half a step into the cycle of reincarnation. Chuan Jingshan put his hands on his hips and grinned. See, there are people walking into the cycle of reincarnation every day. Reincarnation, the old man murmured, but he did not say anything else. Lin Sheng and Chuan Jingshan also looked at the horizon like the old man. There was a scorching sun in the sky, but there was a deep darkness on the horizon. That was the void, and every time they saw that deep darkness, they could not help but think of a certain person, a mysterious person. Thinking of him always cheered them up. The dark, cold wind blew in from the dark border with dozens of spirals, mixed with a trace of energy that had not yet dissipated, rolling up a cloud of dust. Chuan Jingshan could not help but tighten his robe. Lin Sheng also shuddered, and he could not help but frown. There shouldn't be a dark wind today, right? In the 3 months they stayed in the sacred fortress, they had seen dark storms blowing from the dark border. Every time the dark whirlwind blew, the climate of the place would change drastically, and it would be a world of ice and snow on a hot summer day, accompanied by violent snowstorms and strange energy phenomena. They had seen it several times. The dark storm blew every 3 days, and every 5 days it would get worse. Even if they were a little used to the abnormal weather here, they could not help but feel that the crazy weather here is really killing them. Ah, what a hateful aura, the dark aura. It was as if they saw that day again, when the world was dark and endless nightmare behemoths pounced from all directions. The whistling wind swept away the lives of people from other places, and they were all turned into monsters. Countless ferocious monsters crawled out from the ground and emerged from the air, opening their bloody mouths and pouncing on them. The never-ending battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and they were almost buried alive there. The old man looked up into the distance, and he could not help but murmur, "Go back, go back, go back. The peaceful days are long gone, and the sacrifices of life will never be enough. The millennium calamity, the dark calamity, this world will be destroyed. I see it, they are coming, they are coming." Lin Sheng and Chuan Jingshan looked at each other and shrugged. They did not understand most of the old man's words anyway, so they did not delve into it. They knew that the old man might not be simple, but they saw him standing at the city gate every day as if he was looking out for something. He was all alone, and he had helped them before. That was why they wanted to take care of the old man. Although the old man did not need their care, he did not chase them away. After standing at the city gate for a long time, a gust of dark and cold wind blew Chuan Jingshan into a sieve. After an earth-shattering sneeze, he quickly put on a coat. Although the wind in the realm of darkness could not be resisted by ordinary clothes, it was a habit for people to wear clothes when they were cold, regardless of whether it would work or not. He just put it on first. Lin Sheng tightened his collar and ran his fingers through his hair. He said to Chuan Jingshan and smiled at the old man guarding the city. "Old man, we'll head back first. We'll probably head towards the center of the small divine continent. We might not be able to visit you for a while. Take care of your health." The old man suddenly nodded. His voice was clear and powerful. "Have a safe journey, child." Lin Sheng and Chuan Jingshan were stunned. They had never heard the old man speak so clearly that they could understand. They smiled, cupped their fists at the old man, and walked back into the holy fortress. The old man watched them until they disappeared around the corner of the street. Only then did he turn his head and whisper, "Go, go, leave this place and never come back. This is a land of destruction, not a battlefield for you youngsters." The old man took the broom that was placed beside the wall. His withered but powerful hands held the broom and swept it across the ground, stirring up a faint cloud of dust. Then he returned to his calm appearance. His expression was dull, as if his soul had been extinguished. He stood there withered, as if he had turned into a statue. An abnormal vibration came from the ground. It was as if millions of meteorites were smashing into the ground. The old man looked at the mottled wall. After a long time, he slowly turned around. Then his weathered and turbid eyes came back to life in 3 seconds. After Lin Sheng and Chuan Jingshan left the city gate, they didn't rush back, instead strolling leisurely on the streets. The scene inside Sacred Stronghold was still considered peaceful. People from other parts of the small divine continent were gathered here, most of them young, with only 10 or 20 generations in 1,000 years. It was said that at that time, Sacred Stronghold was still a dead blockade, desolate and silent. In just 10 or 20 generations, this place had become somewhat prosperous. It should have been even more prosperous, but it was located in such a place, an entire small divine continent, a place where even birds wouldn't lay eggs. Furthermore, it was next to a dangerous place, so it wasn't easy for it to develop to this point and was already at its limit. More than 1,000 years ago, this was also a prosperous scene. This was the first place where the realm of the gods and little divine land came into contact. However, the appearance of the realm of darkness destroyed that. That energy swept across the borderlands. Even high-level gods died in accidents. No one knew the origin of the realm of darkness. It was regarded as a forbidden land and was abandoned for hundreds of years. It was only when the mad scholar, who was the emperor of the underworld, established the Sacred Stronghold blockade that this place gradually recovered its vitality. Lin Sheng held the back of his head with both hands. Looking at the stronghold city that was similar to the realm of the gods, he could not help but frown. Death is only 100,000 miles away from here. In 1,000 years, the area of the realm of darkness has expanded by nearly 10,000 times. It has grown from a black to such a large area, but no one, Chuan Jingshan curled his lips and said, "No one will come to deal with the matters here. Beginner and middle-level gods can't clear this area, and high-level gods don't see much of a threat. They can't find the benefits they want, so they won't come. Since ancient times, countless people have entered the forbidden land of life to search for the benefits that they don't know if they exist. Only this place doesn't interest them because no one can see anything valuable except death. Isn't the 9 Shrine the guardian force of the realm of the gods? Why don't they come to deal with it?" Lin Sheng could not help but frown. He did not mean to blame Chuan Jingshan, but a layer of anger ignited in his heart when he thought of the realm of darkness. Chuan Jingshan shrugged. Who do you think is protecting the sacred stronghold? That mad scholar died a long time ago. For the past 1,000 years, the 9 Shrine in Little Divine Land has been protecting and operating the border. Then why don't they just clear the realm of darkness? Wouldn't that be more straightforward? Because the others don't want the realm of darkness to disappear. They see a little bit of value from this dangerous wire that can be squeezed out. They send the younger generation here to gain experience, and the primary gods who come back alive and have experienced hundreds of battles will be focused on training by the forces. This is a primary training ground. The 9 gods' temple wants to eliminate the realm of darkness, but they are obstructed by the others and can't do anything to them. If they act rashly, they are afraid that they will offend the public. They can't get support from the main camp here, so they can't act at will. If they touch the interests of others, they may be jointly destroyed. So the only thing they can do is to maintain the border. The voice beside them made Lin Sheng and Chuan Jingshan turn their heads. They saw a young man with a bright, golden body, walking slowly with a lazy aura. There was a large group of people behind him. Without exception, they were all affected by his lazy aura and relaxed a little. Yao Hua, you also came out to get some fresh air. Lin Sheng smiled awkwardly and raised his hand to greet them. Although it was the young man with the bright, golden body who was speaking, he was standing slightly behind. Standing at the front was a beautiful girl in a golden dress. She was the leader chosen by the Golden Princess and the others, Jining. However, she still could not get used to it and subconsciously wanted to stand back. It was only because of the 2 pairs of hands behind her that she could not move back. I'm just saying, don't take it to heart. Lin Sheng scratched his head. Yao Hua waved his hand casually. If this were the realm of the gods, how could the 9 Shrine let others tell them what to do? We are the guardian forces. We maintain world peace and clean up the huge threats in the realm of the gods. Those people are still so fussy. We don't need them to do any work or effort. Can't they just lie on the side and wait for the job to be done? Why are they still making excuses? What's the point of cultivating talents? At percent and don't you think it's infuriating? The current realm of darkness is not as easy to clean up as it was in the past. The members of the 9 Shrine who stayed at Sacred Fortress have recorded all the conflicts that broke out in the past 1,000 years. Each time, the scale of the conflict is bigger than the last. Seeing the realm of darkness grow stronger day by day, if this drags on for another 1,000 years, I'm afraid. Hua Sheng's face twitched fiercely. He also felt very irritated. The younger generation of the 9 Shrine sighed fiercely. It was really stifling to be in the small divine land. They were no longer as elegant as they were outside. The 9 Shrine also ended up being surrounded by groups of people. This time, they rushed into the small divine land rashly. Their hearts were filled with all sorts of emotions. However, there was no way out now. Moreover, they had chosen this path, so they had to walk it even if they cried. Jining could not help but sigh. Every time it's like this, I really miss Little Star. That's right. Everyone sighed in unison. That green oil chicken would probably act unscrupulously here as well. Let's go. Jin Hung waved his hand. Jun Luo Yi and the others are still waiting for us. Let's finish talking and leave. We've stayed here long enough. Lin Sheng shrugged. Just as he was about to turn around, Chuan Jingshan stretched out an arm as thick as his thigh and grabbed him to walk back. Everyone saw that the poor Lin Sheng was almost foaming at the mouth. The sky was slightly brighter, as if the sun had finally broken through the shackles of the dark clouds. It was so bright that it was even a little dazzling. Shui Xia, who was in a daze for a short while, looked up at the sky. A colorful, brilliant sun was slowly rising. At this distance, it was as if the earth was about to fall into the scorching sun. She opened her small cherry mouth in shock. She was so scared that she could not even speak properly. There! Over there! Look over there." Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned around in confusion. Then their jaws all dislocated with a crack sound. Boom! The huge, colorful, brilliant sun suddenly let out a destructive sound that shook the world. A huge energy pillar that was probably hundreds of thousands of miles wide suddenly pierced through the sky, illuminating the world into a dazzling, mottled brilliance. It was as if 10 million suns had exploded in the sky, attracting the attention of countless people. They all turned their gazes at the same time, and then screamed and covered their eyes at almost the same time. It was too damn bright. They were about to go blind. The destructive sound was like raging waves beating the shore, one after another. The sound of the waves was endless, as if an endless tide of energy was surging between heaven and earth. At this moment, the entire sealed border of Sacred Stronghold was boiling. Shit, I'm blind. Why did the realm of darkness explode now? Is it a new trick? I don't know. Don't ask me. Lin Sheng ignored the screams of Yao Hua and the others. He turned his back to the light and touched his already ruined eyes. He could not help but sigh. It's really bright. He seemed to recall the day a certain someone blew up the stars. That day, he also looked at the explosion of light head-on. In that ball of light that was so bright that it could blind everyone's eyes, there were 3 or 4 rapidly spreading seas of fire. The sacred golden flames, the crimson flames burning with endless vitality, and the dark green, crystal-like, and crimson flames. The 4 seas of fire swept out for hundreds of thousands of miles, almost burning the realm of darkness. The place where the black clouds covered the sky suddenly became clear and boundless. The younger generation fighting in the realm of darkness had long been scared to death when the energy burst out. At this moment, the flames that filled the sky swept over, and the extreme temperature that could burn the world spread crazily, making them run faster than light as if they're on fire. Chapter 11:23. Previously, there were still countless people rushing into the realm of darkness in groups. At this moment, when the multicolored sun and the endless flames ignited, those people ran back with 10 times the speed they used to rush into the realm of darkness. Their swift movements seemed to have been tempered thousands of times during the pursuit. Thousands of people turning back at the same time didn't affect their speed at all. Those flames weren't chasing after them, but only spreading over the realm of darkness. After those people were kicked out from the edge of the realm of darkness, the flames suddenly stopped spreading and rapidly spread to both ends, carrying the momentum of a prairie fire. Everywhere it passed, black fog filled the sky. Those dark army roaring and roaring in the sea of flames didn't feel any pain. Their roars and roars mixed together with the sound of the flames exploding. They let out frenzied roars in the sea of flames and ran towards the depths of the realm of darkness. This scene was seen by those who had escaped with their lives. The endless dark army was like the evil creatures of the world of the dead. The flames that could purify the world couldn't stop their advance, but only made them more tyrannical and ferocious. They continued to advance in the flames. Even if they crawled on the ground, as long as they didn't disappear, there was no way to stop them. This was the scene of evil spirits walking in hell. The younger generation that had rushed into the realm of darkness had already retreated to the edge of the sacred fort. Their eyes were filled with bewilderment as they looked at the monstrous flames that almost covered the entire realm of darkness. Their hands and feet were trembling. They felt an irresistible, destructive force from those flames. That wall of flames towered into the clouds, like a curtain of flames that isolated the world. The spreading of the fiery line suddenly stopped, and the several seas of fire trembled. Countless dark ray soldiers staggered within had already been annihilated, and those that survived were gigantic giants. Terrifying black gas erupted from their bodies, and the black gas that was supposed to dissipate after being destroyed was actually being controlled by them. The black gas that was supposed to dissipate after being destroyed was frantically condensing against the sea of fire. Buzz! Suddenly, a powerful soul and mental attack burst out from the depths of the sea of flames, sweeping across the entire realm of darkness. Wherever that chaotic energy wave passed, the light of the flames would shrink. Boom! Like a gust of wind blowing through the grass, an indescribable impact swept through the entire wilderness like a stormy wave. It even impacted the spirit of everyone in the sacred fortress outside the dark world. Suddenly, a low groan sounded throughout the entire city, from the lowest level to the highest level of gods. All of them were in a trance. Their breathing became sluggish, and they almost fainted on the ground. The black, sky-supporting pillar swept across from a distance of 100,000 li, dissipating half of the sea of fire. An astonishingly loud sound erupted from the depths of the realm of darkness. It was as if an entire planet had fallen from the sky and smashed into the ground. The earth quaked and the mountains swayed, causing the earth and rocks of the divine fort to tremble. Countless pieces of sand and soil were thrown tens of thousands of li into the sky. It was as if a huge meteor shower had fallen from the sky, affecting an unknown area. The old man's weathered eyes focused. That black pillar, although he was in a trance for a moment when the mental attack burst out, he still managed to see something strange and terrifying. That sky-supporting pillar was a huge arm. Two unfathomably long black pillars pierced through the sea of fire and took shape in the air. Two enormous palms, which were tens of thousands of miles long, slammed on the ground and created two huge palm-shaped pits. Countless oddly shaped limbs emerged around the sky-reaching pillars, waving crazily and struggling to reach up into the sky. It was like a nightmare reborn. It's coming. It's coming. The old man's voice was indifferent. The owner of the huge arm emerged from the depths of the realm of darkness. It was a giant that only half of its body emerged, crawling on the ground. Like the other monsters of the tide of darkness, it only had a vague shape, but the pressure it released was far stronger than all the other monsters of the dark world. The dark army also became extremely excited because of the appearance of this towering giant. They roared and charged angrily at the enemy like a tide. Just like the name of the tide of darkness, they moved like a surging tide. Wherever they went, there would be turbulent waves. Kill. Kill all those deformed monsters. Leave that big guy to me. A young voice that contained boundless murderous intent shook the sky, startling countless people. Many people frowned slightly, wondering who the person who said that was, daring to order them. Just as someone was about to shout angrily, the sea of flames and the black fog suddenly exploded. Figures that were wrapped in powerful energy soared into the sky, bursting out of the realm of darkness. Bursts of energy erupted from their bodies, smashing into the black ground below like a meteor shower, blasting countless dark army into the sky, splitting them into countless parts and disappearing into black fog. Only now did some people realize that the shout just now was not directed at them. They could not help but feel their cheeks heat up. Fortunately, they did not say anything, or else they would have been embarrassed. La 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 la. Get out of my way, you parasitic mutants. Ha! Nightmare shouted a shocking slogan and rushed out of the encirclement. The sword in his hand had a dazzling cold light, and he stabbed thousands of times in an instant, stabbing holes in the ground and the army. Behind him, Yuan Shi, Chu Xianling, Feng, and Ming worked together to create a huge flaming tornado of hundreds of thousands of feet, sweeping across the ground and tearing all the black mutants that were comparable to the junior gods into pieces. Beside Xian floated a magic array of 5 colors, and her beautiful face was dyed dreamily by the neon lights formed by the energy around her. Together with her cold smile, the temperature of the surrounding air dropped several times in an instant. She waved her hand casually, and the long sword in her hand fell down casually, as if a group of meteor showers had bombarded the area. The place where the energy exploded was completely wiped out, and not even a ghost was left behind. Yuan Shi and the others could not help but hide a little when they saw this. This guy had become the third destructive maniac after Yun Nuashing. As for the second one, that was Feng, who had worked together with Yun Nuashing to create a bottomless pit in the godly Tiger Villa. Until now, no one in the team had such power. Lin Shang, Yao Hua, and the others hurried to the top of the city wall and saw the people drowning in the boundless, dark army. They could not help but be stunned, and then their eyes burst with ecstasy. Those guys finally came. They finally came to the little divine land. I was just talking about Little Star, and now they are really here. Jining could not help but smile. Boom! A huge palm tens of thousands of miles long and wide slapped the ground with destructive energy, tearing a 10,000-mile wide crack in space. Black energy burst out from the ground like a fountain, and groups of dark army appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Xian and the others. The excited and happy expressions of the people slightly recovered, and a trace of worry appeared in their eyes again. That big guy, they had never seen such a huge black aberration. Yun Nuashing burst out of the thick black fog, with 6 miniature, colorful wings on his back, and his long, colorful hair fluttering in the air. He saw the dark army surrounding Xian and the others, and the long spear in his hand suddenly swept in front of him. A destructive energy swept across the surface of the ground, and the whole earth collapsed several meters, and the millions of dark army turned into ashes. Go forward, don't look back. Yun Nuashing rushed to the front of the crowd with a leap, and with a shout he turned around and spread his arms. His 6 wings unfurled, and a dozen energy source pearls gradually appeared, spinning rapidly around the starlight silver spear. Thousands of stars appeared around him, and with a wave of his hand, countless magic arrays appeared in the air. The smallest one was 10,000 feet wide, and the 2 largest ones were 100,000 miles long. They stood on the left and right sides like door gods, and the rumbling energy made the sky change color. Xian and the others waved their hands and smashed out a torrent of energy, shattering the dark army in front of them. Their figures flickered, and they rushed out of the realm of darkness as fast as lightning. Then they all turned around, and energy madly condensed in their hands. When they saw the huge and boundless giant, their cheeks twitched. This was the biggest monster they had seen so far. I don't care if you are ordinary cannon fodder or fine cannon fodder. Disappear for me. The silver spear fiercely waved, and Yun Nuashing's body flickered with starlight. Countless magic arrays, except for the 2 door gods, flickered together, and hundreds of millions of energy and violent energy burst out. It was as if thousands of stars had exploded, and the void was on the verge of collapse. Rumble! The energy of thousands of magic arrays collided with the palm of the black giant with a rumbling sound, and the energy that seemed to be able to destroy heaven and earth exploded in midair. The remaining energy fell to the ground like arrows, and countless destructive storms swept across. The dark army that was still desperately charging at the rear was swept away by the energy, and not even dregs were left behind. The huge black palm of 10,000 miles long broke through the bombardment of the boundless energy storm, and like a curtain covering the sky, it descended from the sky. That huge palm took in and spat out a terrifying energy that was enough to annihilate the entire region, making the people of sacred Fort pale. Countless people wanted to turn around and run, but an extremely powerful energy made them unable to move, and even their breathing was weakened. Buzz, buzz! Another 2 magic arrays that were 100,000 miles wide broke through the air. For huge magic arrays were arranged in 4 corners, and the center was facing the huge palm that was rapidly slapping down, and a frantic, buzzing sound came from within. Existence analysis, law decomposition, reversal, caught you. The secondary core of the spear in Yun Nuashing's hand shone with starlight, and the magic arrays roared and rotated. A destructive power of law rumbled from the magic arrays, and he raised the spear and fiercely stomped on the air. Disappear, Ant. The fifth silver-white magic array appeared in the middle of the 4 magic arrays, and the moment it appeared, the thousands of starlight surrounding him instantly dimmed. An energy that could destroy balance and order crazily surged, and a silver-gray energy pillar that was 100,000 miles wide burst out. That huge energy did not have any earth-shattering momentum, and there was no huge energy impact. It silently swept through space, melting away space, time, and law, causing countless people to feel disheartened. The silver-gray energy silently collided with a huge black hand, but there was no surging energy ripple in space, no energy explosion or explosion, only silent annihilation. When the black giant came into contact with the silver-gray energy pillar, his arm actually disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, just like spring snow meeting the warm sun. Yes, that's it. Don't move, obediently let me decompose it. Yun Nuashing watched as the giant remained motionless as half of its arm was decomposed by the law decomposition, and could not help but think that this guy was really tough. It did not instantly evaporate after being hit by the law decomposition energy and was still holding on. If the target was a large city, it would only be a large crater now. This was actually good news for him. As long as it obediently stayed still, it would only take time for the law decomposition energy to kill it bit by bit. However, he was obviously thinking too much. The enemy obviously did not have a brain, but it would not just watch him disappear obediently because of this. When the energy of the disintegration rule wiped off the entire arm of the giant, a strange red light suddenly appeared all over its body. It was like a huge pattern that covered its entire body. Upon closer inspection, the red light was mysteriously protruding, just like the crisscrossing blood vessels in a human body. After the red light appeared, the energy of the disintegration rule could not advance any further. It stretched out its other fist and smashed the silver-gray energy pillar, smashing it into pieces. Yun Nuashing was stunned when he saw this. As expected of a derivative that contains a large amount of void mist, it is completely different from those cannon fodders of cannon fodders. Sigh, the fluctuation of a deity's law is really troublesome. Yun Nuashing smacked his lips and slammed his starlight silver spear with his right hand. The tens of millions of magic circles behind him suddenly trembled and split into 4 parts out of thin air. Then, an even larger magic circle of the same size enveloped the 4 magic circles, and its power continued to skyrocket. Just as he was about to go all out, the giant suddenly narrowed its 2 huge eyes, and the 2 balls of light shrank into a slit. A moment later, under the shocked gazes of countless people, the terrifying aura disappeared without a trace, and the huge figure gradually turned into a black cloud and kept retreating. The endless army instantly stopped moving, turned around, and retreated with a loud bang. The giant monsters raised a barrier like a barrier to protect the army as they retreated, guarding against Yun Nuashing. Yun Nuashing was stunned. Everyone was stunned. The reversal of the situation was too strange, so strange that Yun Nuashing did not know what to do in an instant. He could only watch as the frenzied army of darkness retreated into the depths of the realm of darkness. Even the black, mottled marks on the ground were rapidly retreating, as if they had given up on a part of their territory and retracted their line of defense. The chaotic battle ended abnormally strangely. The tens of millions of magic circles that had been fully charged extinguished in an instant, and after all the energy was recovered, they gradually dissipated. However, he still had a blank expression on his face. Xian and the others appeared beside him. They looked around vigilantly, and then looked at the dark land that was constantly retreating. Xian frowned slightly. "Little Star, did you see those things just now? You didn't do that, did you?" "It has nothing to do with me. I was holding back a big one, but I didn't even have the time to throw it out." Yun Nuashing shook his head. Those monsters suddenly showed some order, and also a little bit of strategy. The huge spawns covered the small cannon fodder as they retreated, and they did not just throw away their armor and scatter. It was as if Ming furrowed his silver-white eyebrows. It was as if they had suddenly turned from wild beasts into a disciplined army. The Dark Army is terrifying in the first place. If you come into close contact with them, you will easily be contaminated by the presence of the tide of darkness. If you use energy attacks from a distance, most of them will be neutralized by the chaotic domain of the army. Normal energy attacks will not work at all. Fortunately, they have been in an irrational state, so they are easier to deal with. If they were all under control, I'm afraid that it would turn into a disaster. Yuan, she said with a deep voice. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. In the age of darkness, just brainlessly flattening the tide of darkness could destroy hundreds of billions of worlds. If they were disciplined and controlled, there would be no need to fight at all. As I expected, the small divine prefecture and the celestial realm are separated by a powerful barrier of the dark element. It has damaged the concept and space, causing a layer of void to appear between them. And the void fog has seeped into the buffer zone from the void and rushed into the small divine prefecture, or vice versa. And this time it is not a small cluster of void fog that was accidentally thrown over like last time. This time it is a big cluster of void fog. Yun Nuashing frowned. Now, it was more or less certain that the bigger the void fog was, the more its power, variability, and damage it could cause would increase exponentially. The realm of darkness retreated 50,000 kilometers, only stopping when it was 150,000 kilometers away from the sacred stronghold. At this moment, standing at the edge of the city walls, the ominous darkness could no longer be seen. Only by flying high up in the sky could one see the darkness on the horizon and the darkness of the void. It was as if the two had merged into one. He did not think that this was safe. On the contrary, he felt a sense of crisis. The void fog was retreating, not choosing to fight to the death and preserving its power. Did this mean that this power still needed to be used for something else? They chose to retreat and reduce their destructive power. It was definitely not as simple as suddenly gaining intelligence. For example, waiting for reinforcements from the rear, that world fragment, and then attacking from both sides to destroy the celestial realm? He felt that this was very likely. Although he wanted to get rid of the void fog in one fell swoop, now was not the best time. He needed to understand what had happened in the small divine prefecture. There was actually a large cluster of void fog entrenched here, and it was very likely that it had already gained intelligence. Perhaps it was it that lured the world fragment here. Perhaps the void fog here was just a road sign. Even if it was true, it was useless. If he had discovered it earlier and gotten rid of this road sign, perhaps the world fragment would not have come crashing over. Now that the Pillar of Creation's final defense had been activated, the impact was unavoidable, unless he could move the entire celestial realm away. But this was not realistic. Boss, there are many onlookers. Nightmare held the back of his head and said carelessly, and a considerable number of them are angry. Looking at them, it seems that they want to denounce us. Big Brother Yun dared to display such destructive power with hostility. TSK, what are these people thinking? Chu Chun could not help but mutter. Speaking of which, we did not provoke them, right? It is said that any random reason in the small divine prefecture can cause a fight, so there is no need to think too much. If they want to fight, then let's fight. They are just a group of low-level gods. They are just relying on their age and the rules of the primordial era. Why should we be afraid of them? Yuan, she grinned. Those who block the way will be beaten up. Those who don't block the way, let them be. Yun Nuashing waved his hand, looking disinterested and tired after battle. Let's find a place to rest. When it is time to get down to business, we still have to do it. As he spoke, he turned around and walked toward the sacred fortress, ignoring the thousands of gazes. He did not intend to go through the city gate. Just as he was about to land in the city from the sky, a group of figures suddenly walked over, looking aggressive. Oh, what a cliché plot. It seems that we really did not provoke them, right? Chu Chen whispered. So we don't have to care about the reason at all. Yuan, she shrugged. Yun Nuashing pretended not to see and kept floating forward. They also flew forward. When Yuan she saw that the distance was about right, he stopped Yun Nuashing, cleared his throat, and said lightly, "Are you here to show off your strength or your brains? Or are you here to show off the power behind you and warn us? Or do you have any valuable words to say? Why are you talking so much? Do you look like you are here to talk normally?" Nightmare slapped him and looked at Yun Nuashing. "Didn't the boss say that those who block the way should be killed?" "Oh." Yuan, she nodded in realization. They did not lower their voices, so everyone in the sky heard them. Their expressions became slightly strange. However, when they thought of Yun Nuashing's exaggerated combat power, they felt that this farce was not worth watching and dispersed. Only that group of people stared at the former, and the others aggressively. "Let's go, don't waste time." Yun Nuashing yawned, waved his hand, and flew down. He flew past the group of lunatics blocking the way. He was too lazy to even think about killing those people. In the end, until Yun Nuashing and the others went around the side, the group of aggressive people did not make any movements. They only stared straight at the group of people and swept their eyes over them one by one. When they disappeared from their sight, they nodded their chins imperceptibly and turned around to leave silently. They did not say a single word during the entire process. The two groups of people left without saying a word after meeting each other. This surprised everyone. They thought that a fight would break out today. The group of people, Lin Shan Yaohua, and the others looked at the group of people who suddenly blocked their way without saying a word and frowned. The latter seemed to be deep in thought. He seemed to have seen that uniform red cloak and dark golden coat of arms somewhere before. They seemed to be a group of extremely dangerous people. Forget it. Little Star probably won't care about these boring fleas. Yao Hua waved his hand and looked at Yun Nuashing and the others who had landed in the city. He turned around and grinned at the others. "However, those blind people don't seem to have seen us. Let's go over and say hello." Everyone chuckled and nodded. Chapter 11:24. Since it was just a short break and finding a temporary place to stay in Sacred Fortress, it did not take much effort. These tasks were usually given to Yuan Shi or Nightmare, while the others were in charge of following them. It could not be helped. There was so many social trash in the group that it was a little scary. If it were not for the two of them, Yun Nuashing would probably create an invisible space and smash the palace down. Everyone believed that he was capable of doing such a thing. Yuan Shi and Nightmare soon found a suitable place to rest. It was a small pavilion. Those who wanted to rest could throw themselves on the bed after entering the room, while those who did not want to rest could go downstairs to find something to eat and ask around. They were both newcomers. Even if they had some information about Little Divine Land in their minds, it was only related to the Time Sand Sword and was not comprehensive. At this moment, the Divine Sword was still in the center of Little Divine Land and was being watched by countless people in turn. Even the small pavilion they found was not shabby. It was probably used to entertain the younger generation who came to Sacred Fortress. The scale of the accommodation and rest here was reasonable. The slightly dark color, the thick door of the training room, and the simple decorations in the living room were more or less relaxing. In any case, Yuan Shi and Nightmare lay down on the sofa and did not move as soon as they came in. They stretched and made strange noises, which made the others roll their eyes. Yun Nuashing walked to the window and raised his head to look outside. Sadly, he found that he was not tall enough. Just as he was about to find a stool, Shaoqing kindly handed him a stool and let him stand on it to look outside the window. This was his habitual action, and everyone who was familiar with him was familiar with this habit of his. Chu Yingzhan stretched and then remembered something. She looked at Yun Nuashing, who was standing by the window, and said, "Idiot! Do you have any thoughts after feeling the laws of the ancient era again?" "Nothing much." Yun Nuashing turned around and glanced at her. She said indifferently, "The people who passed away in the past have already passed away. There are only 2 or 3 people left. There is nothing to lament about when they are no longer around. After all, it is the past. Isn't it appropriate for the souls of the dead from the far ancient era to feel the familiar rules again and return to their homeland? Everyone was stunned for a moment. It was only when Chu Yingzhan finished speaking to him that they suddenly remembered that this guy was extremely familiar with the rules of the ancient era. However, ever since he entered the buffer zone, he did not have much of a reaction. Yun Nuoxing smiled faintly. On the contrary, do you feel anything? This is the law of the primordial age, not the withered law of the outside world. The gods can barely use their own power to forcibly adjust the state of the law from the outside world to the state of the small divine land. They can barely cultivate with a bit of the light of the primordial age, but you can completely feel the power of that age. Yuan Shi. To be honest, I don't feel anything. That's normal. What's with that expression of yours? Do you think that in addition to activating the celestial fate, you will also be enlightened and have a major breakthrough? Yuan Shi laughed mockingly, and everyone knew that this guy was really dreaming. Everyone slumped on the sofa. Yun Nuoxing stood on a chair, while little Qing hugged him from behind. After a comfortable 10 minutes, Yun Nuoxing stretched and said, "Phew, I've rested for a while. It's time to refresh myself and get down to business." "What? You're done resting?" Yuan, she jumped up from the sofa. "You've been fighting for 8 hours. You just stood there for 10 minutes, and you call that a break?" "I'm just emptying my brain and replenishing my spiritual power. I'm not as weak as you guys, complaining that I'm tired after 2 laps. My regularity has returned to this level, and I've also taken back that thing. My energy is close to infinite, at least for a short period of time." Yun Nuoxing looked at him with disdain. "Everyone, you're mocking us. Don't worry about these details." Yun Nuoxing waved her hand and snapped her fingers. The 10-meter square room suddenly expanded several times until it was almost the size of a small square. Then a model made of energy lines appeared in front of everyone. It was the model of the celestial realm. Everyone was familiar with it, but they were a little curious as to why this model was brought out in this place. This was the celestial realm, and it was isolated from the outside world. But soon their doubts were cleared. Yun Nuoxing just raised her chin, and the model quickly changed. First, 5 huge magic circles appeared above the celestial realm model. Then, the 5 regions separated with the 5 magic circles. The celestial realm and its corresponding chaos formation did not move, but their line of sight shrank a lot. In a few breaths' time, they plunged into the barrier of the celestial realm. The model's appearance also changed in an instant, and another huge floating continent appeared. It was actually the interior of the celestial realm. The observers, I can see everything in the celestial realm. It's just as easy for me to see the celestial realm. As long as it still belongs to the celestial realm, there won't be a problem. Yun Nuoxing clenched his fists. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a series of knocks came from the door, causing him to be stunned. Everyone also abruptly regained their senses. One by one, they pressed down on the weapons in their hands, revealing a vigilant expression. Nightmare leaped to the side of the door, grabbed the long sword in his hand, and said in a low voice, "Who is it?" A voice cleared her throat outside the door, and then said with a smile, "It's one of us, Nightmare. Hurry up and open the door. We're here to visit our relatives." "To hell with visiting your relatives. Don't just casually call them relatives, okay? Hey, our grand ancestor is inside. What's wrong with saying that we're visiting our relatives? How many times do I have to tell you that if you call yourself the grand ancestor of Little Star, you'll be killed? I think it's better to have a proper conversation and open the door first. You're blocking the corridor by crowding the door." "It's fine, I already thought of this situation, so only 1/3 of us came. Let's not talk about this. Little Star, hurry up and open the door. The community is sending warmth." Everyone. Suddenly, they didn't feel like opening the door. The corners of Nightmare's eyes twitched for a while, and after hesitating for a while, he still opened the door. The people outside instantly popped their heads out. Aha! Little Star hasn't seen you in a long time. F***CK. What is this? What are you doing here? An underground secret organization. Are you discussing the plan to conquer Little Divine Land? Did we come at the wrong time? Wah wah wah. Is it too late for us to back out now? We just need to discuss something. Erase our memories. Don't kill us, okay? Yao Hua barged in, and as soon as he popped his head out, he saw Yun Nuashing and the others surrounding the strategic map with serious expressions. They looked like they were going to attack wherever Yao Hua pointed. He instantly broke out in a cold sweat, and he yelled and was about to rush out. Nightmare slapped this lunatic to quiet down, then threw him into the room. You want to leave after boarding the pirate ship. Behind him, Jining, Lin Shang, Jun Luo Yi, Ding Mingyu, and the others silently looked at each other, then looked at the smirking Nightmare. They calculated their combat strength, then consciously rushed into the room. Jokes aside, when they rushed into the room, they saw the huge model of Little Divine Land, and it was an unusually clear model of Little Divine Land. It even marked out every nook and cranny, what size of city and hidden places such as twisted and folded hidden spaces, as well as a high-energy reaction target, which was an extremely bright light spot. They all subconsciously thought that this big boss was going to do something. It was no wonder that Yao Hua thought that they were going to conquer Little Divine Land. Yao Hua walked over obediently, and just as he was about to greet the person standing at the head of the table, he was stunned when he saw the big loli in front of him. He looked at Xian in a daze. I haven't seen you for a few days, and your daughter is already so big. 2 blue veins popped out on Yun Nuashing's forehead. She jumped off the bench and kicked him to the ceiling. I'm your ancestor. Everyone thought about it. This sentence was actually a statement. Wasn't this big boss in front of them the ancestor of the 9 divine temples? Seeing his cute and petite appearance and hearing his tone, Jining finally confirmed that this big loli was actually Yun Nuashing. She couldn't help but reach out and touch his hair. Little Star, how did you become like this? There's a reason. Yun Nuashing lowered her head in distress, but did not shake off Jining's hand. She sighed and nodded to the people who came in. Well, it's been a long time. Although it's only been half a year. Well, let's not talk about this first. You guys watch from the side, and I'll catch up when I'm done. Hearing her words, Lin Shang and the others, who had a lot to say, suddenly fell silent. They stood aside and looked at the huge energy model with curious eyes. For a moment, they couldn't figure out what she was doing. Yun Nuashing waved her hand, and energy beams shot out from the protective array and connected them to each other. Only by magnifying the energy beams could they see the original appearance of the array. It was a dense array of small arrays. From a distance, it looked like a long, blurry line. Yao Hua fell from the ceiling with difficulty. He patted the dust off his body, looked at the 5 arrays, and couldn't help but say, What is this? I seem to have some impression, but I don't really remember. Yuan, she glanced at him, remembering that he had seen the chaos array in the temple, and said, It's a protective array. Didn't Little Star tell you about it? Now that it's been repaired, he can use this thing to judge an enemy from any corner. It won't be a problem for him to kill the gods. Yao Hua and the others suddenly looked serious. They felt as if they had heard something very important, but it was better not to say too much now. Although the others were shocked, they didn't say anything when they saw Yun Nuashing's serious look. Yun Nuashing frowned. He looked at the model of Little Divine Land for a while, and his cheeks twitched. How could I forget about the annoying things here? It's so annoying. I keep bumping into you guys everywhere. Xian was just about to ask what was going on when he saw Yun Nuashing waving his hand. The brightness of the model of Little Divine Land decreased a little, and many balls of light suddenly lit up in the depths of the earth. Some were unusually bright, and some were relatively dim. The former was probably not far away from breaking the seal, and the latter was still sleeping soundly. Even if thunder struck, they wouldn't wake up. When they saw those balls of light, Ziyan, Yuan Shi, and the others all slapped their foreheads in unison. Their faces were filled with stomachache. These things were really, damn it, these big guys are really haunting us. I thought I wouldn't see these ugly things in Little Divine Land. Nightmare sucked in a breath of cold air until his teeth hurt. Ming counted carefully. 21. 6 of them are on the verge of breaking the seal, and the rest will probably take some time. Yun Nuashing slapped the space. Damn, I didn't come here to do this. Seeing that they suddenly became gloomy, Yao Hua couldn't help but ask, "What are you guys talking about?" Chu Qin thought for a while, then said, "We're talking about something very dangerous. You guys have been here for 3 months, and you just haven't encountered the turmoil during this period. The realm of the gods is surging, and something big is about to happen." Yuan, she glanced at Yao Hua and said. Before Yao Hua could react, Yun Nuashing's face darkened, and he laughed gloomily. This despairing world should be destroyed. As he spoke, he suddenly raised his right hand. The 5-piece Great Guardian formation emitted a brilliant and dazzling light, as if it had already accepted the summoning of its master, an energy that could destroy heaven and earth. Before it could explode, the people beside him reacted in time. Yen pounced forward and pressed down on his hands. Little Qing and Mingming also cooperated with her to press Yun Nuashing onto the ground. Yuan, she swiftly rushed over and grabbed Yun Nuashing's chin. She took out a large number of medicinal pills and stuffed them into his mouth with all her might. "Quick, eat them. Open your mouth and eat the pills. Quickly wake up. Hold on to your original intentions. Don't lose yourself." Everyone was furious. This guy's original intention was to destroy the realm of the gods, okay? Hold his hands down. Don't let him swing them down. Disperse. Why did the model turn off? Damn, the guardian formations are accumulating energy. The patient is struggling. He's resisting the pills. Water. Bring water. Don't pour it into Brother Yun's nose. Who's going to interrupt his formation? Get out of the way. Let me do it. Ming pushed everyone away and held Yun Nuashing down, then raised his head and slammed it down. A sonic boom directly exploded here. Boom! The heavy sound made everyone grimace, and they couldn't bear to look at it directly. They only had time to say in their hearts, "It's coming, it's coming." This is the second Angel's Head bash. Damn it, his head is smashing at supersonic speed. When the 2 heads collided together, the onlookers felt like their heads were going to split open. This girl's head is really fierce. Yao Hua, Lin Shang, and the others stared at the scene in front of them with their mouths agape. When the dust settled and the model and the magic circle dissipated, the group of people was still in a daze. They looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. In their hearts, they felt like they had escaped death. At this time, seeing that the formation dissipated, Ming climbed up shakily. She held her red forehead with one hand and tears in her eyes. Ugh, it hurts. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could a supersonic head bash not hurt? Yun Nuashing finally stabilized. She slowly climbed up with a swaying head, then touched the big bump on her forehead and sighed. "Girl, you want to kill me, right? I just saw a crack in the reincarnation road." Ming's pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed. She quickly shrank her head and hid behind Zian, even folding her wings behind her back. Yun Nuashing gasped and touched the big bump on her forehead. Her eyes were almost squeezed out. It was really lucky that this girl could avoid the star bead hitting her forehead. "Why do you like to bash your head like Liuli?" Ming laughed dryly. Her body was about to dissipate into a ball of light. Yuan, she wiped his sweat and heaved a sigh of relief. Calming down physically is indeed much faster than pouring medicine. After forcing himself to calm down for a few minutes, Yun Nuashing repeatedly promised that he wouldn't be impulsive before unfolding the model of Little Divine Land. However, It didn't matter whether he promised or not. At this moment he was in little Qing's arms. The gazes of the people in the room were as strange as they could be, so he could only focus on the model and try his best to ignore those gazes. He didn't even have time to think about taking action. After concentrating for a while, the model of little divine land changed again. Streaks of light descended from the chaos array in the sky, condensing into two cloud-like chaotic balls of light that fell in two places. Everyone stared at the two balls of light without blinking. One ball of light was suspended above little divine land, while the other was floating in the air. Moreover, it looked very strange. It was almost split into two halves, and only a few energy threads were still connected. It floated in the sky above little divine land and swayed forward along a track. The track was even marked with energy threads. It was an ellipse, but it wasn't very regular. There were some obvious deviations in some places, like a cramping satellite. These two, are they two special places or two special things? Xian asked. Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and froze for a moment. He realized that his hand wasn't long enough, so he had to use the starlight silver spear to point at the ball of light on the ground. This is the collection point of the Guardian Array. It's a surface control area and also the control center of the secondary energy. Most of the energy flows through this point. I can control it as I wish, and when necessary, I can control 100% of the energy. This collection point isn't always fixed in one place. It will also move in the realm of the gods, but it's easy for me to find it. The other one is the Dark Temple. Before he could finish his words, Qin Yen spoke first. The mysterious ruins of the temple wandering in little divine land. Since there's a track, it should be the Dark Temple. Yun Nuashing glanced at her and nodded. Yuan, she was a little confused. Then what does this broken ball of light mean? The Dark Temple. The ruins of the Dark Temple wander in the gap between the void and the realm of the gods. Half of it is in the void, and the other half is in the realm of the gods. This is just a way to mark it. Foam looked at the map of Little Divine Land thoughtfully. We have a target now, the center of Little Divine Land, and the other side is probably the east? Who knows? Little Divine Land doesn't seem to have a mark. Up north, down south, left, west, right, east. Just look to the right. Nightmare spread his hands. Everyone. Little Divine Land shares the sky and time of the realm of the gods. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and looked up with a dazed expression. But the sky here is still the sky of the primordial era. It hasn't changed at all. The sky of the primordial era. Two suns overlapped. That's the sky of the primordial era. What you see now is two suns side by side. If you stand in the east and look to the west, or vice versa, you can see two suns on the left and right, one higher and one lower. There are even some differences in size. But in the primordial era, no matter how you look, you can only see one sun because the two suns are exactly the same, and they're quite close to each other. If you don't go to the star field, you will never recognize that they are actually two suns. I can tell at a glance. How nostalgic. Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh. The rules of the primordial era are maintained here, and the sky of the primordial era is maintained here. Only time moves forward, and nothing is left behind. He sensed that the atmosphere was a little gloomy, so he waved his hand and said to Little Moon and the others, You are fairy, you too break through to the primordial god level first. The 7 trillion seal is easy to break. Just think about it yourselves. What about you? Fauna looked at him. Yun Nuashing rubbed his bangs, pondered for a moment, and nodded. I'll go and prepare too. Chapter 11:25. Night always fell silently. When one's attention was elsewhere, they could only feel their vision getting darker and darker. Unknowingly, they would light up a crystal lamp, and only then would they realize, oh, it's night again. It's about time for the nightlife. This was the thought of the young people. Night was never peaceful. The elderly would return to their rooms early to rest, and the old cultivators would enter a state of cultivation, leaving behind a group of young people to sing and dance in the brightly lit areas until dawn. The blockade line of Sacred Stronghold, located at the front line of the chaos, was actually a small city run by ordinary people. However, it was maintained by cultivators, and most of the people who came and went were powerful cultivators. But cultivators were still people, at least most of them were, except for a few who had seen through the mundane world. The others also needed to relax and rest. They needed a place of peace and comfort, which was why Sacred Stronghold was turned into a small city. At night, 3 moons hung high in the sky. The blue, red, and yellow moons told everyone with incomparable reality that this was not the realm of the gods. Even if they used the time of the realm of the gods, and the celestial bodies rose from the east and set in the west, at least the sky here did not look like the realm of the gods. Newcomers to the small divine land would be shocked, as they had never seen a 3rd moon. That's the spirit moon, said to be a palace built by the god of the moon. It was bigger than the other 2 moons, and it came out every night to shine on the earth. However, it was destroyed at the end of the ancient era. Burp. How could I be wrong? I'm the night cat god. Burp. How could I be wrong about this? Under the moonlight, in a very spacious pavilion on a short mountain, a group of people were holding wine jars and wine jugs and toasting each other. They were drunk and had their arms around each other's shoulders as they talked loudly and laughed loudly. Even though there was a small house a mile away from the short mountain, they were not worried about disturbing anyone. There was a soundproof array here, so no matter how lively it was, there would be no problem. Nightmare reeked of alcohol. She was still holding a wine jug in her hand. Her face was ruddy and she looked drunk. She shouted at Yun Nuashing, who was standing by the hill at the edge of the pavilion. Yun Nuashing waved his hand in silent agreement. However, it did not matter if he did not answer. Nightmare had already returned to the gazebo with the wine jug. He could not help but shake his head. The smell of alcohol was too strong, and it was a little uncomfortable to be so close to it. He did not stop this extravagant activity from Shi Guang's point of view. He was nervous for no reason, but he did not need to bring everyone with him. After hearing what Lin Shang and the others said, he felt that this was indeed the time to relax. Is that so? The past 3 months haven't been easy for you guys either. Lin Shang, Yao Hua, Ding Mingyu, Jun Luo Yi, and the others stood beside her. Yun Nuashing listened carefully to them talk about the big and small things that had happened in the past 3 months, including the buffer zone and the realm of darkness. It's dangerous, but it's nothing compared to what you're busy with. Yao Hua casually bumped him with his shoulder. He poured himself a glass of wine and took a sip. Then he sighed. I heard from Yuan Shi and the others that there's something going on in the realm of the gods. Yes, they didn't tell you in detail? Yun Nuashing nodded. No, he just said that if we want to know, we can ask you directly. Yun Nuashing smiled faintly and looked into the distance. On another hill, Little Moon, Yu, Chu Chen, and Chu Xianling were busy leveling up to lower celestial. The 7 trillion seal had only delayed their leveling up. Now that they finally got what they wanted, and after the seal was lifted, the time needed to level up would be shortened by a lot. After a while, he looked away and saw that Yao Hua and the others were curious. He sighed softly and said, Indeed, a lot of things have happened. Some of them are even old debts. It's so old that history will fade. What exactly happened? Yao Hua scratched his head. Yun Nuashing glanced at him. Actually, you don't have to worry about it. Although it's very important, if you don't know about it, it won't affect you. Jun Luo Yi blinked. Do you want me to call Zian over? Of course. You have the right to know about these big things. You'll know about it sooner or later. Telling you now will give you some mental preparation. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Yun Nuashing organized his words and softly told them about the big things that had happened in the realm of the gods, or the big things that were big enough to shock the realm of the gods. Uft! Yao Hua and the others spat out a mouthful of wine at least 10 meters away. Yun Nuashing had already expected this and took a step to the side. Then he was hit in the face by a passing little magic. The smell of wine on the ball made him roll his eyes. Jining was a little dazed. The wine in the jug by her mouth spilled onto the ground. Mu Ling flicked her long hair and looked at him helplessly. Why do you always have to run into these things? Yun Nuashing took the drunken ball off his face and put it on his head. Hearing this, he couldn't help but sigh and spread his hands. You shouldn't say this to me. You should say to the realm of the gods. Damn it, why are you so troublesome? This isn't troublesome. Lin Sheng calmly took a sip of wine. As soon as he put down the jug, his face turned pale. This is life-threatening. Life-threatening? You don't have to do anything. Look at this world. It's so peaceful and peaceful. You can't feel anything. Yun Nuashing sighed. You can't feel the collapse of the demon world's barrier. You can't feel the awakening of world-class beings. You can't feel the void fog and the tide of darkness. You can't feel it when the disaster has already happened. By the time you know something, death has already come knocking on your door. Lin Sheng smiled bitterly. He couldn't help but look at the horizon. It was the direction of the realm of darkness. There was something entrenched there. The people who lived in Sacred Fortress called it the origin of darkness. Now he knew that it was the place where the void fog was entrenched. That thing had destroyed thousands of worlds and could even kill a celestial. Shui Xia came to Yun Nuashing's side and looked at him with watery eyes. Little star, what do you want to do? Me? What can I do? I'm a half-crippled celestial. Even the ultimate ascension might not be useful. Yun Nuashing sighed deeply. He raised his right hand and clenched it a few times. I've protected the realm of gods for more than 70 eras, although most of the time it was the backup plan I left behind that operated, and it could be considered as my work. But what's the use? I've never thought about what I would do if I had to face this kind of enemy one day. I've pursued the Dark Ages, looking for the mythological era that had disappeared, until one day, one of them suddenly materialized and smashed into my face. I was so confused that I couldn't find the center of the void. At that time, I could only raise a finger to greet them and say, "Screw you." Everyone was speechless. It was hard to say how much of an impact it would have when one's pursuit of history suddenly became reality. Wait a minute. What does this have to do with those two eras? Yao Hua scratched his head. Didn't I say? Yun Nuashing was stunned. He thought for a moment and confirmed that he hadn't said anything. I don't think so. Then let me say something. The Void Mist and the Dark Army behind it that I told you about just now, they overturned the entire Deyuan realm during the Dark Ages. Everyone. Uffed. This time, everyone in the pavilion choked. They looked at him in horror. A few seconds later, there was a commotion. Everyone instantly sobered up and surrounded him. Xian and Ming were the first to grab him. They asked in unison, "What's going on?" "I didn't hear you mention it." "Oh, I didn't tell you?" Yun Nuashing paused for a second, then carefully thought about it. "Yeah, I didn't tell you guys because there was too much time, so I didn't tell you guys." "That's fine. I'll take this opportunity to tell you guys. Bing'er, don't drink anymore. Your protective cold air has the smell of alcohol." It didn't take long for him to fill in the details about the underworld. Since he had already said so much, it would only take him a few minutes to add another matter. After he finished, Yun Nuashing calmly stepped aside, leaving the group of people who were completely petrified. He walked slowly to the side. They would have to talk about this matter by themselves for a long time. Yun Nuashing walked to the other side of the short mountain and looked at the starry sky that had remained unchanged for 70 eras. He sighed deeply. He was a little surprised that he had said those words unintentionally. Was it really unintentional? He smiled silently. It was probably unintentional. After he said those words, he felt a little more relaxed. Although there was no progress in the matter, yes, it was unintentional like that. Because of the great pressure he was under, he unintentionally said those words. He just felt that it was not something he would do with his personality. He probably wouldn't have been able to do it in the past. After all, he had changed. He was letting his imagination run wild again. Recently, his mind had been going on a rampage more and more often. It was difficult for him to concentrate. It was as if he was running away from something. He subconsciously avoided something. He couldn't help but laugh at himself. It was unbelievable. There was a rustling sound behind him. Light footsteps rubbed against the ground gently, pulling him back from his wandering thoughts. He turned around and saw Jun Luo-yi, who was wearing a long white dress, walking towards him quietly. When she saw that he had noticed her, she quickened her pace. "I didn't expect you to come here first." Yun Nuashing couldn't help but laugh. He thought that Ziyin and the others would come back to their senses first, notice that he was missing, and quickly find him. Jun Luo-yi walked in front of Yun Nuashing and slowly lowered her head to look at him. After a while, she couldn't help but laugh. "Look at your height now. You're quite cute." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at her. He didn't know why this overly intelligent girl came over. "What's wrong? The news you heard was too exaggerated. Are you here to find some mental comfort?" Jun Luo-yi shook her head and looked at him deeply. "I saw that you didn't seem to be in the right state of mind. I was a little concerned." Yun Nuashing was slightly stunned. After a while, he shrugged. "What? Those in your family didn't notice. Even though they care a lot about you and are always looking at you, the news you just brought was too shocking. They didn't react for a while and didn't notice it." Jun Luo-yi looked at him and suddenly reached out to brush his bangs to the side. "You didn't notice it yourself. Your current expression is very scary." She added in her heart, "Very scary." His back was illuminated by the tricolored moonlight, and his face was hidden in the faint shadows. His eyes were frighteningly bright, and the smile on his lips was a mixture of evil charm and evil. He didn't know it himself, but she had noticed it. From the moment he started talking about the shocking information, his expression had changed slightly, and now it had become this extremely twisted appearance, as if he was crazy and laughing at the same time. "You have a lot of preparations in your heart. You have a lot of plans. Maybe you chose the most appropriate one, but it's the most dangerous one for you. It's just like my expression when I was ready to become the enemy of the entire Xianlong continent. I put all my eggs in one basket, disregarded everything, and didn't care about any additional consequences for that goal." Jun Luo-yi slowly squatted down and looked into his eyes. "Your eyes are very nostalgic. They let me see myself in the past. Then you changed," Yun Nuashing said softly. "Because I don't need that kind of eyes anymore." Jun Luo-yi said softly, "My life now is pretty good. I run all over the world, and there are thrills and rewards. Master and the others are also living well in this world. We are no longer restricted by heaven, and I'm no longer living in prison. I even made a group of friends who are silly when they talk to each other. They are all trustworthy friends who don't have that kind of goal that oppresses my nerves. Naturally, I don't need that kind of thing anymore. But you will drive yourself crazy." Her tone suddenly changed and even became a little serious. Yun Nuashing chuckled. "Little girl, do you think I need you to teach me a lesson? The time I spend thinking is more than all the data you've collected in your life. I know how to measure everything, but you didn't put yourself on the other end of the scale. Because I can't put myself on it. The one who should be standing on the other end of the scale isn't me." Jun Luo-yi was stunned and frowned. She didn't understand what he meant for a moment, but she seemed to have understood something. You chose it yourself." Yun Nuashing clenched his fists, and a crazed look flashed across his eyes. Then he regained his calm in an instant, as if nothing had changed. "I was already prepared. At any moment, as long as the most serious situation happened, I would be able to react. However, my words won't work. Because it's me, it won't work. They're going to deal with the heavenly god of primal chaos of the 70 eras, the heavenly god who is known as a taboo by the entire era, not me. He sighed and patted Jun Luoyi's hair. Go back. I'll rest here for a while and think about life. The people you should care about and the places you should care about are all there. Don't ask anything. Don't say anything. Go back. Jun Luoyi looked deeply at him, then stood up and turned around to leave. It seemed like she really didn't want to ask anything. Yun Nuoxing looked at her slender back and shook his head, helplessly. This woman was even more clever than Zian and the others. Although it was true that he didn't control his facial expression, it wasn't because of this. It wasn't because he didn't control himself. Jun Luoyi's light footsteps suddenly stopped. She turned around and smiled at him. She said with a hint of playfulness, Mr. Yin, you're wrong about something. The people I care about, not just on that side. Jun Luoyi left behind these words, and then nimbly disappeared around the corner. Yun Nuoxing stood there in a daze for a moment. He pondered over her words, and thought about the other people they had left behind in Xiaoguang City or other places. He guessed what she meant and couldn't help but mutter, This girl probably didn't understand what I meant. Forget it, there was no need to say such things out loud. Let's just mind our own business. Many things were like this. The more he thought about it, the more he thought about it. The more he talked about it, the more chaotic it became. Even so, he still couldn't stop thinking about it. He couldn't stop thinking about it. However, before his mind collapsed, he had to do something serious. For example, it was time to cross the hurdle that was right in front of him. I actually have to experience the first leap of elementary God again. He smiled silently. Darkness, light, order, chaos, no attributes. The 5 attributes of elementary God were only one type of attribute and one type of attribute. It didn't mean that one's temperament would change greatly after choosing one. Those who embraced darkness could still care about the common people and save the world. Those who walked into light could also destroy the world with a single hand. The 5 attributes didn't have any mutual promotion or suppression. To put it bluntly, it was just a matter of compatibility. The only thing that mattered was the form of energy expression. As Yun Nuoxing thought about it, she suddenly realized why there were no such things in this era. Even if no one used this method to change their own form of energy, even the gods who were born in this era could count their own form of energy into the 5 types of energy. It was just that they did not join the system and abandon the original unified system and walked their own path without restriction. That's right, in the end, the division of the 5 types of energy was just a cultivation system. Since the ancient times, there were countless cultivation systems, and even the realm of the gods' own cultivation system had changed over and over again. Since it was a cultivation system that was set by generations of people, it naturally could be changed and replaced. There was an 80% chance that the elementary god's energy classification of elementary God had been eliminated. Perhaps someone had created a more efficient way to eliminate the elementary god's energy classification. It wasn't necessarily a matter of which was better or worse. The entire elementary God stage was to prepare for the elementary God stage. These matters concerned the elementary God stage. He needed to start calculating now. However, he didn't seem to have much to calculate. The seed of darkness had been born. Although the divine body of soul receiving was on the side of light and order, it was also possible to walk the opposite path. There weren't too many restrictions. Perhaps he could also give up the path of elementary God and walk a new path in this era. Chaos, order. What should I choose? Should I walk the old path, or start over and walk a new path? Or, Yun Nuoxing sat cross-legged in the stone chamber. Beside him was a whistling energy. He lowered his head and looked at his little palm that was brushed by all kinds of energy. His eyes reflected a myriad of colors. He didn't know whether it was efficient or not. However, there was a saying that everything had to be suitable. The most suitable one didn't necessarily have to be the fastest or the best. It also didn't mean that the harder it was, the better it was. The road was long, and whoever walked to the end would have the last laugh. Plop! The black seed that was trapped in his soul began to emit a deep and dark light under the urging of a thought. A wave of energy that made one's heart palpitate flowed past. However, in that absolute darkness, there were other things mixed and flowed within it. A bit of golden light was like the light of the firmament that pierced through the curtain of night. The origin of the divine body of soul receiving was urged. Yun Nuashing made a hand seal. Countless silk threads appeared out of nowhere from his body. They grew, spread, and finally pierced into the walls of the stone chamber. He was also entangled by the dense silk threads. Before the pair of colorful eyes were about to close, a wisp of darkness, a wisp of light, and a lot of very complicated information flowed past him. He probably had a choice long ago. However, when he really made this choice, he was still shocked. He was shocked by his own indifference and calmness. He made this decision so decisively and calmly. It was as if the person affected wasn't him, but someone else. All origins and endings in this world are allowed, and I will go against the current and search for the origin. The light cocoon gradually closed. Colorful light flowed out of the cocoon. It was incomparably beautiful. The indistinct prayer pierced through the obstruction of time and drilled out of the void. It was like a big bell that reverberated in this small stone chamber. On top of the mysterious altar was a huge light cocoon. Endless star areas, endless lives. All of this was an illusion, but it also seemed real. This was a path of no return. He walked on it fearlessly towards the destined destruction. There was no turning back. Chapter 11:26. East of the Sacred Stronghold. This place was quite a distance away from the several million-kilometer long blockade line. Compared to the barren land they had just entered, this place was a little closer to the center of the small divine land, but it was still in the outer region. The geographical division of the small divine land was very strange. This was probably due to the fact that it would expand on its own. Although it was still man-made in nature, this method of division was indeed a little mystical. People who belonged to the same region could travel across the entire small divine land. However, this did not mean that this special region was relatively large, but rather that it was decided by the way it was divided. The small divine land was divided into 17 regions in an uneven manner. However, the names of these 17 regions were also changed from time to time. There were some who called them the 17 prefectures, just like how each large region in the realm of the gods was divided into 4 smaller prefectures. The first prefecture at the center of the small divine land had an unchanging name, the Cloud Top Prefecture. It occupied more than a third of the small divine land surface area and was an irregular oval. Its borders were very blurry and fixed on some unique places, and the deviation was no more than 1,000 kilometers. As for the second prefecture, it was a circle around the Cloud Top Prefecture. It was tightly attached to the Cloud Top Prefecture and was a circular belt. The longest span on the same side was the Cloud Top Prefecture, and the thickness of this circular belt was also astronomical, and so on and so forth. The third prefecture was a circular belt that was slightly thicker than the second prefecture, and it was the same all the way to the 17th prefecture. The boundary of the 17th prefecture had been fixed there many years ago, but there was still a blank area beyond it. That was the area that had appeared when the small divine land inexplicably expanded. Once the blank area had expanded to a certain extent, it would be called the 18th prefecture. Then, everyone would look forward to the appearance of the 19th prefecture. It had to be said that this was the unique way of dividing the small divine land, and only this place could be used like this. It was said that many years ago the small divine land only had 7 prefectures, and of course, those 7 prefectures were wider than the current circular belt. After all, in the ancient age, when the dark element divided the small divine land, there was also a large area of the small divine land today. Later on, perhaps for the sake of more convenience, the small divine land was divided into 17 prefectures in detail. Although the circular belt of each prefecture was still extremely wide. It did not make much sense to divide it further. In the small divine land, ordinary people, especially those who did not have any cultivation, only occupied 10 to 20% of the prefectures. The rest were cultivators and cultivators of higher levels. They needed to consider a larger span and would not divide the prefectures into millions of kilometers for some people at the bottom. As for the smaller prefectures, the bottom would be responsible for themselves. Therefore, the small divine land also had many strange prefectures and names. But the most unified prefectures were the 17 prefectures. Bang! The above is the information I got after asking around outside for half a day. Yuan, she slapped hundreds of maps on the table, panting. I just came back from the 17 prefectures. I was a bit impulsive, so please excuse me. By the way, we are now in the blank zone, which is this barren, desolate, remote and barren land on this map. Can you pass me a glass of water? I flew back at full speed, and my throat is almost on fire. The atmosphere around here is almost messed up because of me. Yi, she looked at him blankly. After a while, she was the first to come back to her senses. She jumped off the sofa, poured a glass of water, and put it in front of Yuan Shi. She could not help but say, slow down. When Brother Nua was not here, you guys did not have the speed to come and go as you please. Yuan Shi raised his glass and drank. A glass of water gave him the feeling of a high alcohol content. He slammed the glass on the table, and his face was full of satisfaction. Wow, I've come back to life. Now I know how crazy the light element of Little Star is. Why am I as tired as a dead dog after flying across half of the continent? How I wish there's a portal now. Don't think about it. This is a barren land, and the blank zone that has just extended is still waiting for people to explore. This sacred fortress is the only building in this blank zone. At least, it is the only one in the blank zone on the left side of the small divine land. Others have to fly on their own to come here. Why would they need a portal? Whitey yawned lazily and played with Feng Er's long hair. Ming blinked and suddenly looked at Yao Hua, who had been doing nothing. Isn't there another light element user here? Everyone was stunned and turned to look at Yao Hua. The poor young man trembled. About that, Jining shook her head helplessly. He's too lazy. He's so lazy that he's rooted himself on the sofa. Let him go and get information. I think Yuan she can run back and forth 3 or 4 times. Yuan she took a sip of tea and sprayed Little Magic's tea all over his head. Little Jining, are you trying to run me to death? It's just a metaphor. Yao Hua was annoyed. He slammed the table and stood up. But before he could say anything, he was slapped back down by Mu Ling and the others. A patient with terminal laziness has no right to speak. Yao Hua's eyes were glazed, and his voice was full of grievance. You can't do this to me. I'm a rare resource, a rare light element in the world. Jining glanced at him and smacked her lips. You want to spar with Little Ming? Yao Hua instantly fell silent. He curled up on the sofa and shivered. Everyone couldn't help but laugh dryly. What a joke! Although Ming Ming was an angel, wholly unparalleled and devastatingly beautiful. Did he think that she was a cute little angel that could be casually flirted with? This girl was one of the hidden violent maniacs in Yun Nuoxing's team. Yes, one of them because there were a lot of violent maniacs in that team. Although everyone agreed that the reason why she was hiding her strength was because her appearance was too bewitching. Who would have thought that such a pure and beautiful angel would fight in such a manner? If anyone other than Yun Nuoxing tried to flirt with her, there would be hundreds of billions of firepower descending from the sky. Yuan, she caught his breath and sat down casually. You've been here for 3 months, but you still haven't figured out what Little Divine Land is like. She looks very powerful. Lin Sheng and the others laughed dryly. Yao Hua hid his head in his collar. Lin Sheng couldn't help but say, These 3 months, we've been adjusting our mentality and fighting in the realm of darkness. In fact, if you came a little later, we would have gone to the 17th state. Ming Ming glanced at them, then turned to look at Zai and Lon. Exit. Finally, he looked at the small palace that had been built temporarily. They had arrived here 3 days ago. That night, after Little Moon and the other 3 had successfully advanced to the primary level of God, they had come here from Sacred Fortress. Yao Hua, Lin Sheng, Jun Luo Yi, Ding Mingyu, and the others had also come along. It was just a temporary place to stay, but there were quite a number of people. Yun Nua Star was so bored that he had built a palace from the ground. It took less than half a minute to build it. Anyway, everyone was stunned. Moreover, with such materials, even high-level gods would have to fight until their hands were numb before they could open a crack. Moreover, there were 81 layers of arrays in this place, which were more than enough to defend against gods. As for why he didn't take out the Star Palace, who knew? He had his own reasons. In any case, this temporary palace wasn't small, so it wasn't bad to have a place to stay. They were just here to wait and watch over it, guarding that person. He was advancing to the primary god level. Ming Ming sighed softly. He was a little worried. He looked at little Purple Soul, Shilai and Xiyin, who were playing on the mountain peak outside the palace, and could not help but frown. Little Qing and Bing were guarding a pale white egg at the side. Little Moon and Yu, the 2 older girls, were taking care of the 3 younger girls while being taken care of. Anyway, those 2 were not easy to worry about. Ming Ming felt a little uneasy. The mark was a little restless, and it seemed to be changing. It was a little hot. She walked to the window and carefully tightened her white dress. Her golden eyes glanced at Zai, Little White, and Little Green from the corner of her eyes. Something was not right. Even though they looked normal, their weak movements exposed their weak nervousness and vigilance. They were guarding against something. However, there was Yun Nuoxing's magic circle around them. Logically speaking, there was no need for them to guard against anything. Ming looked at the sky outside. She lowered her head and looked at Little Moon and the others. Then, she looked at Chu Xianling and Chu Qin. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger. The 4 of them had successfully advanced to the primary god level in one night. It was the result of their accumulation. There was no reason why Yun Nuoxing had not come out for 3 days. She only felt uneasy. It was as if there was a thick layer of clouds above her head. Her chest felt stuffy. Chaos, the element of chaos. It did not have a fixed form. At first, it was just a black airflow. It was like a condensed thick gas instead of a cloud. It could be anything. It could be water, fire, space-time. It could be anything. It could be anything. It could be water, fire, space-time. It could be anything tangible or intangible. It could be a mountain, a tree. It could change the appearance of the holder. It could also change the life form of the holder. It was the most powerful elemental energy. It had the power to change the nature of everything. It was powerful. It was so powerful that all life forms avoided it. It was terrifying. It was the source of terror. It could pollute the origin, distort the holder, and distort the mind. It gave the holder the most powerful power. It could make the world lose its color. It could make the holder fall apart, unable to maintain their existence. A joke. A joke. It was a joke. It was so bad that it could dye the sea of stars black. The black color was the only color. It was the unchanging truth. Who am I? Who are you? Quarter moon, dark crescent moon, shadow emperor, Feng Yueying, Ling Yuchen, Yun Nuoxing, and more. They are all. They are all. Or do you think that they are all? Imagination, self-righteousness, illusion, illusion. If all of this is real, then who are you? They are all me. I am. I am myself. That is all. Who are you? Who am I? You were born from my heart. Nightmare, nightmare, evil, darkness, chaos, darkness, the enemy of the world, the sin of the world. Whatever. They are all me. The sin of origin, the sin of the world, the original sin of origin. That is right. but they were all born from your heart. You are you, but I am not me. It was you who created me. It was you who sought me. There was no me in the first place. My search, my wish, my request. Your request awakened the meaningless me. I am only me. I exist there, drifting aimlessly. I cannot exist forever, nor will I exist forever. You created half of me, combining the two independent wrongs of this world into one. I answered your request and descended here. I am also you. I am the dark side of your heart, the sin of this world. That sounds very dark. The world has always been dark. Light is scarce. The source of darkness will never be satisfied. Darkness will never disappear. Darkness will only give birth to light. I know. No, you don't know. You don't know what path you are walking on. You don't know what you are facing. It is not something you can bear. We will vanish into nothingness under that heavy pressure, leaving no trace behind. You and I will both. The other half of me will destroy us together. No, I know. I know very well that it is the sin of this world. It is the weight of this world. Your soul will begin to crumble. Your mind will begin to go berserk. Your body will fall apart and go out of control. You are complete, but not pure. Your existence will only bring chaos, violence, and death to the world. Your power will pour out like a flood, disintegrating your mind from within until you completely destroy yourself. You will lose yourself, and you will even have to watch yourself devour the person you love. That sounds very terrifying. That is correct, but there is no turning back. You have cut off all paths of retreat and fought with your back to the river. You have staked everything on a single throw. When I appeared here, everything had already begun. I have only ever made one choice. I have never thought about success. I have only thought about failure, because there is no such thing as success. No matter what the outcome is, it will always be a failure. It is nothing more than a failure, whether it looks good or not. Everything, everything, everything. You have once again walked the path that you could not walk. Everything you have done for 70 eras was all for this moment. Yes, yes. Your friends, you have guided them forward. You have given them an unreachable goal. They have looked forward to it. They have looked forward to it. They have struggled. But none of them chose to give up. You have given many people a sense of security. That is their choice. That is how I am in their eyes. It is only a part of me. This gentle, kind, considerate, and amiable image has always been one-sided. This is how I am in their eyes. Then I will respond to them, hoping that I will become like this in their eyes. Perhaps, but that is enough. You feel that you are wrong. Arrogance, conceit, and pride, these latent traits have never faded. Everyone would subconsciously bring what they believe to be the right thing to do for others. They would believe that everything was meticulously planned by themselves, and that everything was right for them. Undeniably, there are times when it is possible. But the bridge that others have built will eventually come to an end. You are the guide. They are walking their own path. They have not changed. That is because that path has already come to an end. They have changed to their own path. The path is the same, but the will is different. Naturally, the beliefs contained within will be different. Your mission has been completed. Now, it is time for you to make a choice for yourself. It has been completed. At this moment, I have taken the half step that I have never taken before. This is my choice. There is still a long way to go. There is still a long way to go. At the very least, I can complete the thoughts in my heart. They will not be distorted because of me. This is enough. This is enough. I need to continue moving forward. Face your origins, nothingness, chaos, order, darkness, and light. I am everything. I am the source of everything, the origin of everything, the end of everything, the darkness of everything. End it and then destroy it. Yes, it is time to end it. That's right. It is time to end it. Consciousness. If consciousness also had vision, then this was a scene of complete darkness. It was as if he had fallen into the void. He couldn't feel or see anything. There was only eternal darkness here. But what could he feel? That wasn't himself. That was himself. He was right there, watching himself from a third person's perspective. It was a blob of ink surrounded by black mist. It was dark and swarthy, and no shape could be seen. That was him. It was his essence. It was the real him. It was the him he had chosen. And in the end, he had become like this. So ugly. His life form had long since changed. He had mentally prepared himself. It was normal for him to become whatever his essence became. However, he never expected that he would become a ball in the end. It was a little black, so black that it was horrifying. It was a little scary, and a little scary to himself. Himself had already lost his voice. Half of him and the other half of him had temporarily merged. He had only existed for a short while. It was a meaningless existence that could not exist forever. It had responded to his request and descended, then hurriedly left. That was enough. That was enough. He had taken that half step. 9 deaths? Extremely thrilling? No, that was just a choice. A simple choice. It was as simple as choosing to breathe after a few seconds. He had chosen and then executed it. I'm here. It's time to move on. Just as he had said, there was only failure. There was no success. Now he had failed. The moment had come. Endless darkness surged. The void trembled and retreated. The world was trembling. The rules were turbulent. The barrier of the primordial realm was shaking uneasily. Something was emerging from the depths. Something was about to emerge. Something was quietly emerging, but it was invisible and untouchable. It was an illusory thing. It was a chain of order. It was just a concept and rule called seal. 70 years ago, it had sealed and erased the most dangerous energy in this world. It had even cut it out from the great primordial realm. Now, it had emerged once again. It carried a huge amount of information and trembled in the level of rules and concepts. It was like a dying and dim star that was accumulating power for the last moment. It was also the brightest flame in this world. Then it shattered. Crash! A crisp shattering sound rang out in the conceptual layer of the rules. It didn't cause any ripples, and no one could detect this scene. It was like the rules of natural selection. It happened silently, and it happened when it should have happened. What happened in the level of rules and concepts was silent, but that weak movement caused a huge wave in the space of the primordial realm. It was really a huge wave, a torrent that contained endless information, swept across the entire realm of the gods at an infinite speed. Countless people stiffly stopped what they were doing a second ago. Those who were fighting forcibly stopped what they were doing. Those who were training in seclusion woke up in horror with their eyes wide open. Those who were sleeping sat up in shock from their nightmares. At this moment, all newborns were crying loudly without exception. Demon beasts and demon beasts let out low roars uneasily. Naturally, all life forms that had consciousness turned their attention in horror. The information that had been sealed for countless years broke into the thoughts of all life forms in an instant. It was a kind of cognition. It was something that had disappeared. It was something that everyone had forgotten. It was something that was left out of the world. A very abrupt thing broke into the mind and was even reflected in front of their eyes. It was a person. Half of the person's body was merged with the endless darkness and exuded a black aura. The other half of the person's body had the most brilliant colors in the world. Before all life forms could see this person clearly, the fear, horror, and disgust that arose spontaneously were branded in their souls. All life forms could feel this foreign emotion. Even if they knew, they could not get rid of it. It was forcefully engraved in their souls and could not be erased. It added a cognition to them. Hostility was constantly born in their hearts. That was an extremely dangerous, inhuman thing. Several pairs of eyes that were sleeping on the ground suddenly opened. Terrifying gazes pierced through the torrent of time and space. They coincidentally gathered at the dark place in the center, but they could not see through that barrier. Chaos! Chaos element! What is this? This. It's him. It's him. But who is he? Who? He actually tampered with my memory, my cognition. This was the first time they had seen this inhuman thing, but they felt that it was very familiar. It was as if they had fought against it thousands of times and had been enemies for countless eras. But that was it. They were only familiar with the existence of this inhuman thing, but they knew nothing about him. The seal of the conceptual layer of rules has been removed. Its suppression on you no longer exists, but it will also expose you and the chaos element to all life forms. You will become the enemy of all intelligent beings. This is a precaution that they left behind. There is no way to escape. Lu slowly looked in the direction of the small divine land. There was a hint of worry in her eyes. Brother Yu, if the scene in the ancient times were to repeat itself in this life, what would you do? This was the suppression method that they left behind. The moment the torrent of information flashed past, she thought of it. It was as if they had known that he would come back one day. Therefore, they left behind a precaution in order to make him isolated and isolated. But she did not know if this would directly inform them. Chapter 11:27. The unknown was revered and feared, and the incomprehensible would always be rejected and kept at a respectful distance from most people because they could not grasp, control, or even understand those inhuman things. Therefore, fear would arise in their hearts, and they would make wild guesses and conjectures. They would not understand or explore, and they would only scare themselves. Fear would come along with reverence. Since they could not touch it, they could not verify it. That is, there was no such thing as truth, and people could talk about it as they wished. The latter was infinitely magnified, and thus there was the concept of faith. However, even if something tangible or colored was placed in front of people, it would still make people fearful. When people completely understood that thing, knew about its past achievements, and knew about the terrifying things that had been covered up by time and buried in history, it would still cause panic to spread. Sometimes it would even inexplicably arouse the common enemy of all living things. Although it seemed to be very close to them, it was also far away from them. However, there would still be people who would be afraid of it. Although no one knew what they were actually afraid of, it was nothing more than them worrying themselves for nothing. The illusory former was distant and untouchable, deified and revered by people. The close latter was also ethereal and untouchable, but hated by people. The infinitely magnified fear gave rise to all hostility and anger, and then they would do many unreasonable things, such as killing, ostracizing, destroying, and wantonly venting their strength, thinking that they could achieve something. However, only the inhuman things that were destroyed could not understand all of this. Those who did all of this would naturally give their actions many names. The so-called for the world, for the common people, was nothing more than that. They could destroy thousands of inhuman things, but they themselves did not know that what they were afraid of was actually the carrier of the concept. To put it bluntly, what they were afraid of was not the person who held the concept, but the inhuman thing behind the person. As long as the inhuman thing came back one day, everything would repeat itself. As long as there were still people who knew what had happened in the past, it would never be avoided, and the scenes would keep repeating themselves. She knew what those people were thinking. She knew everything, but she didn't want to agree. She didn't even want to understand. She only felt that once she understood this idea, she would become strange. She couldn't stand to understand those fallacious theories. She couldn't even stand the thought of it. So, she never allowed herself to think about it. It was a mental illness. No one in this world tried to understand the truth behind this. No one. They would only act numbly and violently. That was why she hated everyone. They were all ignorant and foolish idiots. That was why she wished she could have been the one to light the fire that year. She didn't tell Yun Nuashing that she was the one who announced the beginning of this era. It was a secret. That way, When the final wither was executed the next time, he wouldn't have to bear the unnecessary harm. She would be the one to execute it. At the same time, in other places in the myriad god realm, in the hidden space of the 9 shrines, there was quite a commotion in the 9 shrines. Panic was spreading at an extremely slow speed. The torrent of information did not pass through this hidden space. Everyone in this space instantly saw the additional information that appeared in their minds. Whether it was the upper echelons or the ordinary disciples, their expressions changed drastically. No one would mistake the characteristics of Yun Nua planet. They could tell at a glance. Even if they maintained a friendly stance toward Yun Nuashing, the imprint in the torrent of information would still affect them. However, as long as they maintained a little friendliness, the influence of the opposing feeling in their souls would weaken a lot. The closer they were to the person, the less the influence would be. However, a little bit of wavering would still occur. Even though the Golden Princess and Palace Master Jean immediately ordered people to calm down the disciples, a series of weak disturbances inevitably splashed a huge ripple. Many people were a little frightened and panicked. However, they were not out of control yet. The elders who rushed to calm down the ordinary disciples quickly calmed them down. The latter and the others hurriedly went to find the higher-ups after calming them down. After calming down the others, they also needed to calm themselves down. At least, they had to understand what had happened. The image of their own god's son and young palace master suddenly appeared in their minds. A terrifying image with a monstrous black aura, an evil being. This was the most intuitive impression that appeared in everyone's minds. If they didn't have some understanding of the former, the 9 temples might have already rioted. As for the Yuan family, the Qin family, the Xian family, and the Yu family who had just moved in, the higher-ups had already sent people over. They now needed to take care of their own territory. The higher-ups of the 9 temples were very close to Yun Nuashing. Her identity was there, but that was only one of the reasons. A few years ago, before she recovered her memory, she had already been spoiled. Therefore, the chaos among the higher-ups lasted the shortest time. Although the impression of the little guy in their hearts had inevitably changed, this did not affect the Golden Princess and the others. Impressions could be changed. As the saying went, don't judge a book by its cover. The first impression was false, and the second impression might not be true. These could be slowly changed according to one's own thoughts. Right now, they had to deal with the immediate matters first. They first asked the elders to calm the 9 temples, and then sent people to the Yuan family and the Qin family. Then the Golden Princess desperately wanted to rush to the small divine land, but she was quickly suppressed by Palace Master Jean and the others. Let me go. You old people. At % yen, something must have happened to little Star. Let me go. I have to go and save her. You, RXX, let me out. Earth-shattering bangs came from the door of the hall on one of the floors of the Golden Temple. The Golden Princess's irritable and anxious scolding came from inside. The palace master, the great elder, and the others outside the door were sweating. This girl doted on Yun Nuashing the most in the 9 temples, and now she was so anxious that she went berserk. Lu Li, who was at the Emperor God level, looked at the door helplessly. He turned his head to look at Palace Master Jean and the others. The latter sighed and shook his head. Honored God Ning has already gone to the small divine land. Let's not go and cause trouble. And at %, you guys, at yen, bang, 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 bang. Palace Master Jin's face twitched, and he shouted, Stop smashing. You have to fix it yourself if you break it. The hall instantly quieted down. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like an boom. 3 seconds later, an earth-shattering noise shook the entire Golden Temple. Conservatively speaking, the hall would have to be redecorated. Even if they could find any remains inside, it would be useless. Even at this tense moment, Palace Master Jean and the others did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh, I don't care about you anymore. Palace Master Jean did not know whether to laugh or cry and he shook his head. He looked at the other palace masters, exchanged a few glances, and nodded. The worst guess had come true, but they did not know what had happened in the short few days he had gone to the small divine land. But no matter what had happened, the 9 temples had to enter the highest state of alert. They had to be prepared for battle. The enemy was all life. Small divine land, blank zone. This was the place where the chaos first broke out, and it was also the source of the chaos. In the temporarily built palace, the moment the torrent of information passed by, everyone jumped up. The incredible information that reverberated in their minds made everyone's heart palpitate for no reason. The people sitting here more or less knew about Yun Nuashing, at least on the surface. They all knew about the element of darkness and the element of chaos, but the information that suddenly broke into their minds was so detailed that it was like strategic intelligence. They had never faced the element of chaos so directly, facing it from the standpoint of an imaginary enemy, facing the element of chaos. A trace of power that was branded in their hearts made everyone's heart stop beating for a moment. Ming rushed out of the palace and almost rushed to the mountain where Yun Nuashing was in seclusion. The uneasiness in her heart reached its peak when the torrent of information passed by. "Come back!" Ming did not manage to rush to the place where Yun Nuashing was in seclusion. She only heard a stern shout, and the vision in front of her went blurry and clear in half a second. In an instant, she returned to the mountain in front of the palace. Zai and Yi, she each reached out a hand to grab her, and energy gushed out from the two of them, sealing this impulsive angel. "Zai, Yi Shi, you!" Zai waved her hand to interrupt her. When she saw Zian and the others nervously following her out, she hurriedly waved her hand. "Go in and don't come out. Wait for him if there's anything." Before she could finish her words, Mei Mao was filled with panic. Everyone also felt the same and turned to look the place where Yun Nuashing was in seclusion. The sky was dark. No, it was not dark. It was a sign that the light was disappearing. The light was swallowed by the mountain, and the world was rapidly darkening at a visible speed. The 2 suns in the sky were distorted and deformed in front of everyone's shocked eyes. They were squeezed into a flat line by a huge force, as if they would explode in the next second. The huge roar of energy broke through the restraints, and the sound that could not be captured by the human ear turned into sound waves that rushed to the end of the world. The entire sky became dark, and the crazy and violent energy burst out from every inch of space with the momentum to crush everything. The void collapsed, and the sea of time was distorted. The brilliant golden sea of time underwent a mutation, and all the colors faded away, turning into a grayish-white color. Even the barrier of the primordial realm that appeared in the sea of time lost its luster. Creak, creak, creak! The sound that made one's teeth ache was like the sound of steel clamping on a wooden board that was unable to resist the pressure. It was the sound of the elements of the entire space, including the rules, being crazily crushed by the elements of chaos. Everyone's scalp went numb, and their hair stood on end. The whole world reverberated with this bone-chilling sound, as if it was winter. Balance. Balance. What kind of energy is this? Wood Spirit stared at Mei Mao in horror, and her eyes trembled in fear. She saw an indescribable phenomenon, but she could not understand what it was at all. She only knew that it was definitely not good to continue staying here. The deity-level magic array was completely useless. Everyone knew this. Purple Knight and the others waved their hands and took away the palace. Just as they were about to use their means to bring everyone away, a golden light appeared crazily in front of them, and light particles appeared all over the sky. Then they suddenly dissipated. When they looked back, they did not know how many miles away they were, and they could not see the mountain top anymore. Yao Hua's face was full of cold sweat. He could not bear to bring so many people indiscriminately up and down at the speed of light all of a sudden. Such a delicate operation that made one speechless could only be done by middle and high-level gods. He was not as abnormal as Yun Nuashing. Huff, huff. Although I don't know what happened. My survival instinct made me bring all of you out. Wow. Over there. It hurts. He was so shocked that he almost bit off his tongue halfway through a sentence, and he jumped and stretched out his finger to point to the sky. There was a strange refraction of space in their line of sight. Space seemed to have become a funnel, and all the scenes were flowing toward the bottom of the funnel. No, that was not a refraction, but a real distortion. The whole space was distorted and caved in from dozens of directions. Space seemed to have become a strange liquid, like an endless sea. At this moment, there was a leak in the sea, and it was collapsing and compressing toward that point. The 81 magic arrays were useless and could not cover this movement. Ming's golden eyes widened in horror. She struggled crazily, but there was no way for her to escape from purple night and Yi-Shi suppression. She could only hurriedly shout at the two of them, "What the hell is that?" "Brother. Isn't brother leveling up? Why did it happen?" "You ask me, but who should I ask? That little bastard didn't say anything from the beginning to the end and just drove us out of the soul world." Aye. Purple Night was also sweating. "The space is gone," she suddenly said. Her gray, silver eyes rippled with fear. She stretched out her small hand and pointed at the distorted point. "It's gone. It's destroyed. What do you mean?" Although Xian was also very anxious, she maintained her calm and asked quickly. They did not understand what the little girl was saying. She hugged her silly sister and looked up at Xian. Her voice was calm, but there was a hint of nervousness. "The space where brother was, that space no longer exists." "What do you mean, no longer exists?" Everyone was sweating. Everything, space, time, rules, order, and concepts, has been occupied and disappeared by the grayish-white color. There is no meaning, only nothingness. A layer of black bubble film crushed all the grayish-white space from the edge of their vision to the end of the distortion, forming a thin bubble film. This distance was just the limit of everyone's vision. They could barely see that there was a distorted thing inside the black, transparent bubble film. It was surging with a black liquid that was completely covered by the bubble film. The surface of the black liquid flashed with a net-like silver liquid that was covered with a thin layer of silver light. The two seemed to be one. The silver liquid floated on top of the black liquid, forming a small water ball. Their vision was a bit strange. The strange energy seemed to be so big that it completely violated the law of near big, far small. It was as if what was reflected in their eyes was its true form, which was a water droplet about 10 feet in size. However, when their eyes fell on it, they had a strange illusion in their hearts. It was as if they were looking at a vast sea, endless and endless. Even if it was 10 feet in size, they could never see the end. It was the source of all the distortion, and everything that flowed into the end of the distortion fell into it like a black hole. "What the hell is that thing?" Nightmare's hair stood on end as if he had been struck by lightning. "You ask me? Who the hell do you think I am?" Yuan, she only felt a toothache. This was the first time in his short life of less than 100 years. Although he was still far from being 100 years old, he did not have to worry about these details now. In the past, he would go to the 5 elemental realms with a whoosh and meet the gods and other things, but he did not have such a toothache. "Who do you want me to ask when the encyclopedia is not here?" Everyone smiled bitterly. The person who usually answered their questions was now at the center of the twisting vortex. Furthermore, this commotion was definitely caused by him. This was a sign that the heavens and earth were falling apart. It was even more serious than the attack of the Great Guardian Array. The whole world was suffocating and oppressive. "Phone!" Er's ears twitched, and her jade-like hands subconsciously clasped Little Magic tightly in her arms. The throbbing of life. "I'm afraid the whole realm of the gods has been affected by the flood of information. Everyone knows what we just learned. Anyway, Yuan, she felt a toothache that was about to fall off. They already knew about the thought wave. When a large number of lives thought about the same thing at the same time, it would cause a thought wave. It was a kind of thought wave, a kind of resonance of thoughts. It was a wave, and the lives that were extremely sensitive to life and thought could sense it. Coincidentally, the 4 celestial gods were in this group, and Feng, could sense that a huge thought wave from the realm of the gods and the little divine land had formed, and it was formed in an instant. It was like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, and a huge wave rose up from the sea. Even if it was not a thought wave caused by all the lives in the realm of the gods, and even if not all the lives in the realm of the gods knew about it, there was probably a considerable number of people who knew about it. Thinking about the malice and hostility hidden in the flood of information, they felt a headache just thinking about it. Someone must have arranged this. At this moment, even if something happened, they would not make too much of a fuss, because they would not be able to understand what was happening. They could only watch and wait for the thing to end on its own, if there was an end. There was something in the strange black and silver droplet that no one could understand. If they tried to analyze it or use energy to look at it, they would only get a lot of mixed and meaningless information. However, there was a single thought that could be deciphered amidst the information noise. It was an emotion, and it did not come from a single person or a single life. It should be a thought that was accumulated by a large number of lives. Hatred. But that was not all. It was not just one emotion. It was just that this emotion occupied the most, and it even overshadowed all other thoughts. The silver-black droplet contained all the negative emotions that everyone knew. Darkness, a crazy darkness that made people despair. It was as if it had gathered all the darkness and all the negativity. No one could understand what it was. The silver-black droplet trembled slightly, and a huge pillar of light that was thousands of miles wide erupted, bringing with it a torrential black air current that shot into the sky. A black barrier suddenly appeared in the sky. It was the barrier of the small divine land, the dark elemental barrier. The pillar of light pierced straight through the dark elemental barrier, carrying with it an indescribable amount of dark and chaotic elemental energy. It pierced through the dark elemental barrier of the realm of the gods and pierced through the sky in the outside world. It rushed through the dark elemental barrier of the realm of the gods, and no matter where you looked, you could see the same huge silver-black liquid pillar of light. The shock wave from the explosion of the pillar of light was delayed for 3 seconds before it spread out from the pillar of light. It rampaged through the small divine land at an unreasonable speed, passing through the void, ignoring the disturbances in the void, and affecting the realm of the gods. The extremely violent and crazy dark energy made the souls of all the living beings in the realm of the gods dim, and they almost suffocated. A grayish-white color spread out from the pillar of light. Time and rules collapsed, and space twisted and flowed towards the center of the darkness. That crazy scene was reflected in the eyes of every living being. Hundreds of billions, trillions, and trillions of living beings watched as the collapse took place. Reality was torn apart before their eyes. The few pairs of eyes that were watching the small divine land felt a pressure that was as vast as the sea. There was an irresistible, strong pressure that broke their vision from afar. They let out a muffled groan, and their awakened soul light dimmed slightly for a moment. Darkness, such crazy darkness, it gathered countless negative emotions, so heavy, so chaotic. Ning Qianxue saw the black pillar of light as soon as she arrived at the fortress of the small divine land. She faced that terrifying thing directly and watched as space twisted and collapsed. The silver-black pillar of light was so heavy, so dark, and it made the order of reality collapse. Just being illuminated by a ray of light made her face turn ashen. Countless gazes were cast at the small divine land from countless places. Everywhere in the realm of the gods, even in secret realms and hidden spaces, they could clearly see the silver-black pillar of light that was dyed with black air flow appear on the horizon. In Star Soul City of the Source Peak region, Goldbright straightened his golden robes and sighed softly. The peak of darkness the star of darkness, the weight of the world, the sin of the world. Phew! In the end, you have chosen to continue on this path of no return. But yes, perhaps this is the only way. Thrilling, the most thrilling, but also the only hope. May all souls protect the realm of the gods. Just as you said, the only person who can appear after all the price is yourself. You have once again gambled everything. Gambled everything at such a critical moment. Oh, Supreme Heavenly Origin God, if you can hear my plea, please protect that fool. He has already sacrificed time and time again for the sake of the God realm. At the very least, leave him with a bit of hope. Let him finish this journey of reincarnation. He raised his head and let out a long sigh. He cast his deep gaze towards the star sector and saw a white line constantly approaching. The day of Advent was not far away. In such a short period of time, how far could the main body go on that path? The black flame that belonged to him had already been ignited and hung high in the sky. Would he be able to fight for a sliver of hope? In the southern ice realm, a young man in a golden robe stood at the top of Sky Curtain Peak. A few golden vortexes appeared around him from time to time, and the eternal aura of time circulated around him, causing the wind and snow to stop. His golden eyes were calm for once, and he frowned as he looked at the pillar of light. Using such a method to harm the divine soul, to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. No, if it's you, yes, it's you, huh? He frowned. What was that silver-black pillar of light? All the supreme experts and high-level existences in the realm of the gods opened their eyes and stared at the world-shaking light, speechless for a long time. Bang! Glazed raised her head in shock. The mountain range under her feet had been annihilated due to a mental turmoil. Her 7-colored eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief. Her red lips trembled slightly, and she couldn't help but swallow. Ever since the two of them met, she had become more and more lively. In just a few days, she had revealed more emotions than she had in the past several dozen eras. At this moment, she was experiencing fear that she hadn't felt for countless years. What is that thing? She was the heavenly origin god, but she couldn't understand it at all. She never knew that Yun Nuashing had such an unknown object, and she couldn't even begin to analyze it. Chapter 1128. The ancient hall slanted downwards, leading to the depths of the underground. It was a corridor that repeated endlessly. The floor was resplendent in gold and jade, and the pillars were embedded in the red walls. The sealed windows were just decorations. Although one could see the scenery outside, it was just a picture that repeated endlessly without any changes. A girl with a light golden ponytail that reached her waist quickly walked through the endless corridor. Her moon-colored robe dragged along the ground. Her delicate face was very calm, but her footsteps made her seem a little hurried and nervous. Beside her was a man wrapped in golden armor. Wind also blew under his feet. His face was covered by a helmet, so no one could see his expression. The golden-armored man looked at his young master from time to time. He was puzzled and had other guesses. This place led to the divine ancestors' resting place of the Source Sky clan, and had not been opened for a long time. Today, she had suddenly stood up and pulled him here. Not long after the flood of information affected them, they walked into the endless corridor, recalling the information contained in the flood of information, and then thinking about that inhuman, their hearts throbbed. They knew that person. Not long ago, he had caused a huge ruckus in the clan. Now, they were even more familiar with this person, including the extremely dangerous energy that he possessed that could destroy the balance of the world. They were familiar with this energy and its destructive power. They were not really familiar with it. They only knew that it was called the element of primal chaos, a mutated form of the sealed 10th element. They had never heard of it before. The fatal malice contained in the torrent of information affected them as well, but it was not as serious. Their race had the protection of the gods and possessed the bloodline of the gods. That was a precious treasure passed down from generation to generation. That bloodline allowed them to avoid such crude mental suggestions, but a little cognitive change was unavoidable. As for those with lower intelligence or even some life forms, they would probably be robbed of their rationality by this crude but far-reaching suggestion. Furthermore, there would be even worse things that would happen. However, that had nothing to do with them. The one being targeted was that Inhuman. Not long ago, he had caused a huge ruckus in the Source Sky clan. Now that he was suffering, he could not help but laugh. He wanted to hit him when he was down. Unknowingly, the young girl and the golden-armored man had arrived at the end of the endless, winding corridor. The door to the main hall seemed a little dark in the depths of the underground. The golden light that they had encountered along the way had not been able to completely erase the darkness. Behind the door, they could feel a life force as vast as the sea. It was surging, abnormally surging, but it also contained a sense of weakness. The girl gently pushed open the door of the hall and walked in with the golden-armored man. The grand hall exuded a heavy aura of time. The vicissitudes of time and glory were all hidden under the ground. There weren't many extravagant decorations here. Everything was simple and simple. Although it was called a grand hall, it was more like a relatively spacious cultivation room. Inside the grand hall, a middle-aged man with an extraordinary bearing sat cross-legged on a praying mat with his back facing the entrance. He lifted his head and stared at the wall in front of him and a strangely arranged platform. The wall was engraved with golden divine runes, but they had lost their glow. Hearing the voices behind him, the middle-aged man straightened his back. He didn't even turn his head. He just stared at the wall of divine inscriptions. The golden divine inscriptions glowed faintly. He said softly, "You're here." The young girl nodded and continued walking forward. The golden-armored man bowed and cupped his fists at the door. He then stood in place and waited for instructions. She only stopped when she was a meter behind the man. She lowered her head and looked at him, who seemed to have aged a little. She couldn't help but frown. "Father, are you looking for me?" The man waved his hand to interrupt her. He looked at the wall in a daze and said casually that flood of information. The Yuan Tian clan should have received it. The young girl nodded. Before she could say anything, she heard another voice. "There will probably be some chaos in the clan, but it doesn't matter. The small chaos will soon be pacified. That bloodline can protect the clan. I heard that not long ago, someone broke into the clan and caused a huge ruckus." The young girl's expression changed slightly. She bit her red lips and slowly nodded. Is it that Inhuman?" "You know." The young girl was stunned. She was a little nervous. She didn't know if that Inhuman had disturbed her father's seclusion when he broke in. The man let out a soft chuckle. He said, "How are the clan's losses?" Other than a god's envoy, the few underworld kings didn't suffer any more losses. In the battle back then, the clan's formation was sealed and space was broken. But strangely, he didn't kill. If he really wanted to, the man finished her sentence. If he really wanted to kill, there would be ruins in front of me right now. Not a single person of the Yuan Tian clan would have survived. Even I would have been seriously injured. The young girl nodded slowly. Her gaze was complicated. "You're suspicious and curious why he didn't do anything." "Yes." The man smiled faintly and let out a long sigh. His voice was complicated. "Do you know anything about the High Ancient Era? This is very rare. Our clan came from the later stages of the High Ancient Era. It's been an entire era, so we don't have much access to the records of the High Ancient Era." The young girl shook her head. "In fact, apart from some transcendental forces left behind from that era, there aren't many traces of the High Ancient Era in the God Realm. Do you know about the Nine Deities Palace? It's a transcendental force that has been passed down since the early and middle stages of the High Ancient Era. Their progenitors were 9 peak heavenly gods. They were very powerful, but they died in the middle stages of the High Ancient Era for unknown reasons. They were one of the guardian forces of the God Realm. When the demon world appeared, they rushed to the front lines to resist the invasion. They wouldn't make any big movements unless something happened to endanger the god realm. Other than that, there isn't much to pay attention to. The young girl paused for a moment and said hesitantly that Inhuman seems to have come from the Nine Deities' palace. The divine eye of Origin accidentally found the Nine Deities' palace in the northern wilderness. I saw a faint reaction between him and the Nine Deities' palace. I think it's a faint trace left behind by him. I tried to see through that space, but I failed. If he came from the Nine Deities' palace, then he must have an inseparable relationship with the Nine Deities' palace. The man smiled inexplicably. Then his tone suddenly changed and became serious and serious. What do you think of that matter? Some time ago, when he barged in, the mysterious flood of information transmitted hostility to the entire god realm. I can see that there's some movement in the clan. The young girl frowned. The Divine Origin clan is under attack. Oui, I understand. The man nodded and sighed. Then he said softly, but don't pay attention to him. The young girl was surprised and puzzled. Why? It's dangerous. The man coughed and said in an unnatural voice, That's an inhuman. It's an entity of darkness. Don't touch it. His voice was a little strange and muffled. The young girl couldn't help but frown. She walked up to the man and squatted down. Her eyes widened in shock. The man's face was slightly pale and his cheeks were abnormally red. He was smiling, but it was a very strange and helpless smile. Moreover, there was a trace of blood on his lips. She hurriedly lowered her head and saw a pool of blood on the ground. She hurriedly reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Father, I'm fine. It's just a slight injury to my mental strength. It's nothing serious. Your mental strength was injured by the divine eye of primordial heaven. The young girl frowned. She smelled something unusual. What are you investigating? He's an inhuman. After the flood of information passed, I started investigating him. The results were frightening. The man smiled inexplicably. The flood of information carries a man-made, malicious slander. People with weak minds and lives with weak minds would lose themselves. Furthermore, the information it gave us was incomplete. It only told us that the power he carried was very dangerous, the scale of destruction it caused when it was released, and his current state. Elementary deity, 12 elements, and a divine weapon. Truly powerful. It's amazing. We are very familiar with him. It's like we are familiar with an opponent who has been fighting for 100 billion years. However, that is an illusion instilled in us by the flood of information. Because of this sense of familiarity, we would even ignore and try to understand this inhuman. That hostility and extreme danger that could affect the stability of the divine realm would push all life against him. There would be people who would unconsciously make an enemy out of him and kill him at all costs. The young girl understood. Her voice was a little shocked. This is a conspiracy. Yes, a conspiracy. A conspiracy that involves the entire divine realm. No one can escape unscathed. Perhaps the bloodline of the gods and a stronger spirit could offset part of the influence of the subconscious. However, no matter how much it is offset, our understanding has already deviated. Even I can't help but feel enmity. However, it can be restrained because our bloodline is very powerful. Others can't, and most life in the divine realm can't. The man slowly stood up and looked at her with his hands clasped behind his back. Suddenly he smiled mischievously, just like an ordinary father joking with his daughter. Guess who he is? The young girl shook her head. All she knew about him was the incomplete information in the flood of information. In fact, if he didn't remind her, she would have subconsciously ignored the information about him and become careless. She also knew that her father might have spent a lot of effort on this matter. If that was the case, then the answer was probably something important. The divine eye of Genesis Heaven and the divine statue's deduction captured his trajectory and found his origin. It was very, very vague. I couldn't find anything except a piece of information, A very useful but worthless piece of information. There were records of such information in the ancient era and this era. So I found that piece of information, and it's also the only piece of information. The man kept her in suspense, making the young girl a little anxious. However, she still patiently asked, "What information?" "That inhuman thing is called Quarter Moon. She's a taboo, a heavenly god from the ancient era." His calm voice was like a bolt of lightning that struck the young girl and the golden-armored man, causing their bodies to tremble violently. Their eyes were filled with fear. No wonder that person could break through their clan's space. With such power, he's also a heavenly god from the ancient era. At this moment, they also understood the meaning of those words. If he was really related to the 9 divine temples, he might even be a primogenitor of the 9 divine temples. Although I don't know what happened in between, and why he fell to the initial deity level, that's not important. He was once a heavenly god, a peak heavenly god. At his peak, he could crush 10,000 of me with a single finger. That's the important thing. Don't think that he can be bullied just because he fell to this level. Not long ago, he almost destroyed the Origin Heaven clan. You know that I'm not lying. I don't know what it is that's sending a flood of information to the entire divine realm, but it's definitely a game played by someone at a higher level. They're continuing the unfinished battle from the distant ancient era. It's a conspiracy, a terrifying conspiracy. Many people will die in their own blindness, not even knowing who they've offended. The man turned around and waved his hand. Let's not get involved. Otherwise, we won't even know how he died. But the divine ancestor, we've already offended him. The golden-armored man couldn't help but smile bitterly. They had snatched 2 origins, and the divine ancestor had rushed into the clan to cause a ruckus, only to snatch them back. At this moment, they could only be thankful that they hadn't destroyed the 2 origins. Otherwise, this space would only be left with a hole. It's fine. He didn't care too much about what he said that day. He spared the Origin Heaven clan once, so there must be a deeper meaning behind it. Before we understand what he means, don't act rashly. The chaotic vortex is about to appear. The Origin Heaven clan should hide as far away as possible. By the way, is there any movement from the other 4 clans? The girl said the Great Spirit clan wants to unify the God realm. They claim to be resisting the demon race, but who knows? As for the other clans, they haven't done anything yet. After this, there will be undercurrents. I've seen a little bit of it. The other 4 clans are likely to get involved. No matter what they do, we have to avoid unnecessary losses. Monitor everything that happens in the God realm and ensure that the information is accurate. Also, pay attention to the forbidden heavenly gods. Don't come into contact with them, don't show any hostility, and don't even get close to them. That's all. The man waved his hand and sighed. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat with a complicated expression. Let's go back. I need to rest for a while. The road ahead is long and unpredictable. The girl nodded and quietly retreated. She left the hall with the golden-armored man with a serious expression. They had things to do. Chaos, madness, despair, and darkness. It was as if they had fallen into an abyss. It was so cold, so ominous. Primal chaos elemental energy streaked across the sky, dyeing the world dark. The silver-black pillar of light that had pierced through the sky had already disappeared. It had returned to Yun Nuoxing's body and dyed half of his colorful hair silver-black. It was a very strange sight. Boom, boom! An extremely violent energy swept across the sky. The energy was like a disaster that had the power to destroy everything. The black monster that was thousands of feet tall was destroyed until not even a wisp of smoke was left. The black giant exuded a chaotic aura. It became abnormally violent and chaotic. The torrent of information swept across the entire realm of the gods and directly affected them. Not long after, the entire realm of darkness erupted. The entire region of darkness descended from the sky with a sinister scarlet light. The entire realm of darkness disappeared from the edge of the small divine land and directly landed in this place. For a moment, it ignored Violet Knight and the others who were standing at the side. In its eyes, there was only the figure of the demon god that destroyed the world. Roar, roar! The black tide contained an endless army. Their overwhelming hostility drowned the land. The black giant stood in the middle of the army, commanding the endless charge of the dark army. Even if they were controlled by the malicious will, they did not lose their minds. They were intelligent. At least, this dark tide and the void mist were intelligent. When Yun Nuashing charged over a few days ago, everyone knew that they were retreating. However, their level of intelligence was not very high. They were still chaotic life forms and could not even be considered as living beings. The malicious will contained in the torrent of information had almost completely affected them, resulting in the current scene. Ziyi and Yi Shi worked together to erect an energy barrier to protect everyone. They retreated continuously from the tide of darkness. There was no safe place, even in the sky. They had to endure the terrifying energy and charge out from the edge. Normally, this would be a very easy task. God Emperors could go very far by tearing space apart. However, it was different now. The elements of primal chaos and the strange energy released by the silver-black Inhuman had sealed off the entire world. The space in this area was completely out of their control. Yes, what they were working together to defend against was not the void mist. The dark tide did not care about them at all. What they were defending against was Yun Nuashing's element of chaos, that terrible energy that could tear everything apart. Boom! Boom! The ominous black presence fell from the sky like a meteor shower, crashing into the dark land and stirring up a massive energy storm that was hundreds of thousands of feet wide. It tore apart the void mist and the dark tide, and the dark army was being wiped out in droves. The speed at which they were being wiped out was dozens of times faster than the speed at which they were recovering. The dark giant should have understood this, but it still ordered more and more cannon fodder to drown them. If we don't run out now, we're going to be stuck here. Yuan, she was knocked dizzy by a passing giant monster, but he managed to stabilize himself. Even if they don't care about us, they can still trample us to death with 1 foot. The entire world was drowned by the dark army. There were more than 1 million of them in the sky and on the ground. There were probably hundreds of millions of them. Yao Hua! Stop shouting. This place has been sealed by Little Star. Not to mention the elemental energy. There's not much spatial energy left. I feel like it's very difficult to keep myself flying. Yao Hua replied without turning his head. Then he looked at Zian and the others and could not help but ask, he might have gone berserk. Can't you guys wake him up? Ming shook her head with a worried expression. Big Brother's soul seed has been sealed. There's no response, no matter how we call. If we want to talk to him, I guess we can only. She looked at the endless army. Everyone thought of what she was thinking and could not help but smile bitterly. They could only talk if they met him face to face. But with this endless army in front of them, how could they rush over? Not to mention whether they could rush over. That guy looked like he did not recognize anyone. If they rushed over and were hit in the face by a chaotic shock, not many people here could block it. Boom! 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 A gigantic black energy pillar suddenly descended from the sky, landing right in front of everyone. The indescribably chaotic energy rumbled and spread tens of thousands of miles away. The black energy storm tore a huge hole in the dark army, but it coincidentally avoided everyone. However, that terrifying energy still made everyone's breathing quicken, their heartbeats quicken, and their souls tremble a little. The pillar of light landed on the ground and stirred up an energy storm. A moment later, the energy pillar streaked in a straight line in one direction, drawing a path along the side of the dark army. It was the shortest path that Zian and the others could pass through, tearing apart all the dark army within thousands of miles. Zian and the others were stunned. They looked at the slowly moving light pillar that had opened up a straight path and were a little dazed. For a moment, they did not react. Xian quickly came to. Little Star is opening a path for us. Anyway, let's retreat first. She nodded. With a wave of her hand, she led everyone to follow the black pillar of energy as it flew past. Yuan, she could not help but say, "It doesn't look like he's gone berserk. He should still be rational. It's just that," everyone muttered to themselves as they looked at the person who was fighting against the entire tide of darkness. They were all reserved about the fact that he was still rational. The energy that wafted between heaven and earth was wild and violent. It did not look like a normal person could release it. Although he would release such energy on a daily basis, it was on a different level from the current one. A drop of water and an ocean were two different concepts. To put it bluntly, he was like a lunatic who had lost his humanity. But since Ping had said the same thing about himself, everyone thought that it was fine. They followed the huge pillar of light until they retreated to the edge of the tide of darkness. The pillar of light dissipated, and everyone leaped away from that damned place. Then they looked back and saw a hellish scene. Endless black monsters drowned the world. Every inch of space was filled with their figures. There were all kinds of strange mutants and disgusting giants. They were more terrifying than the wraiths of hell. Their vision was completely blocked, and all they could see was a black ocean crashing toward them. That torrent of information contained fatal malice. The first thing it affected was life without intelligence. Although the tide of darkness could not be considered life, it still affected them. Then the entire army was mobilized. That giant from that day was also among them. Ye's expression was solemn. The aura of the Dark Army was even more intense. The desire to destroy and the power of madness were everywhere. Those who were not strong-willed would be easily affected. It was like a meeting between two lunatics. Even the scene had become so crazy. She looked at the Dark Army that filled the sky and was a little worried. "I'm afraid these are not the only ones that were affected." Yuan, she nodded hesitantly and said bluntly, "Even our impression of the little star has changed slightly. It's not hard to imagine how the others, especially those who are hostile to him, are in trouble." The Dark Army between heaven and earth was densely packed. They had never seen such a large number of tides of darkness. This was the power of darkness that had been lurking at the border of the small divine land for thousands of years. It was so strong that it was unimaginable. If it were to erupt all at once, at least several prefectures on this side of the small divine land would be completely destroyed and transformed into a part of the tides of darkness. At this moment, the tides of darkness descended from the sky and landed directly at this location. They formed a circle that not even a drop of water could pass through. However, no matter how large the number of tides of darkness was, they could not completely cover the light inside. It was a sun that was only a little bigger than a man. It was a black sun, and its silver light penetrated all obstacles. It could be seen no matter where one was in the world. The light was not dazzling, but it made one's eyes hurt and tears flowed freely. Xian stared straight at the silver light that penetrated the tides of darkness. She clenched her jade-like hands and pulled out the dragon cry sword from its scabbard with a clang. A cold light flashed out. She seemed to be talking to herself. "I want to go over there to Little Star's side." There was a dead silence in the air. The roars of the thousands of monsters had disappeared, leaving only the echo of "I want to go there" in their minds. Everyone lost control of their expressions due to excessive fear. "Ha!" they exclaimed in unison. Chapter 11:29. In the black storm, everyone's faces were pale, and their expressions were distorted due to the turbulence in their minds. Although it wasn't raining, everyone's hearts were cold. Their minds were as messy as their hair fluttering in the wind, and their eyes were about to fall out. Xian didn't look at the crowd. Her bright eyes were fixed on the only bright light in the Dark Army. That light was even more ominous than the dark tide. That was where Yun Nuashing was. Her judgment was very simple. Yun Nuashing was surrounded alone and helpless. He wasn't the person she knew. She wanted to go over and see what was going on. If possible, she wanted to help him. That was why she said, "I want to go over," in a calm tone, as if she was going to eat meat tonight. In everyone's ears, she must have gone crazy too. "Are you crazy?" Chu Yingzhan quickly came back to her senses and looked at Zian as if she was crazy. "This place is surrounded by the Dark Army. How are you going to go over?" "There's something else I've wanted to say for a long time. If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance." Chu Yingzhan took a deep breath and pressed one hand on her shoulder. She said in a low voice, "That idiot may have your shadow in his heart, but it's far from the extent that it's engraved in his bones. Otherwise, he would have told you everything. Look at him now. I'm afraid you'll be killed if you go closer." "Are you sure that if you go over I know?" Zi Yan interrupted her with a smile, causing her to be stunned. Everyone was also stunned when they heard what Zi Yan said. His tone was even calmer than before. Was it because he was already mentally prepared, or had he already given up? Zian pressed her chest and smiled. "Little Star's heart is hard to reach. I've known for a long time. I've known for many years. I was just lucky to have left a very, very light mark in his heart. It will probably be erased at any time. He will not be stopped by anything. From the beginning to the end, his heart and his path only lead to one place, only one place. No matter what he meets on the way, nothing will change. At this time, we are not important enough in his heart. There is no way to change, and we will not change the path he has drawn himself. I only hope that we can stay by his side and help him with something insignificant. That's all." Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. They glanced at her, then looked at Feng, and Mingming. Both of them had a look of determination on their faces. They could not help but guess that perhaps the torrent of information had not been able to distort their thoughts at all. Yun Nua Planet was isolated and helpless, and might need help. This was their thought process, and they had never thought of anything else. Chu Yingzhan was stunned. She couldn't help but murmur, You are almost a saint." No. I think you need to calm down. Do you think that idiot needs help?" Zian and the others turned their eyes. The monstrous elements of chaos swept across the sky and earth with a momentum that could destroy everything. The Dark Army and the tide of darkness disappeared completely. Not even dregs were left. The army that had been advancing one after another was useless. If the giant didn't do it himself, the end result would be that all the cannon fodder would be exhausted. He had retrieved the world-type divine weapon and had almost unlimited energy. He could tear the entire Dark Army apart by himself. "Well, I don't think so." Zian's pretty face showed a helpless smile. She shook her head and said, "But I still have to go to him. I have something to say." Chu Yingzhan slapped her face. She only felt mentally and physically exhausted. Okay, you win. Do whatever you want." This is so annoying. You don't have to come. This is our business." Ming shook her head. "What do you mean by your business and our business? If that idiot knows that I'm here, I'll shrink my neck and pretend that I didn't see him. He'll talk about this by my ear until the next generation. Do you believe me?" Chu Yingzhan glared at them fiercely. Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. While they were thinking about whether they should go or not, Zai suddenly sighed. "Don't think about those whimsical things. Even if you want to die, I won't let you go. Look, it's not a matter of whether you want to or not. There's no way you can squeeze through. If you want to go, you can only go when everything is over." In their line of sight, the giant that was tens of thousands of miles long finally moved. Its entire body was wrapped in the void mist. A scarlet light flickered on its body. It looked like only its upper body was visible. Its lower body seemed to have merged with the black earth. Furthermore, the places where the void mist spread were places that it could reach. The spawn of the void mist did not have many means of attack. Aside from a select few who had long-range attacks, The rest of the spawn only had close-range attacks. The black monster was no exception. Even though it had the power of a deity, it seemed that it could not use the energy that could destroy heaven and earth, nor could it unleash its divine might and divine authority. It looked at the sun that was a mixture of silver and black, and threw a punch straight out. It was straightforward and simple. It looked like a giant pillar that held up the sky and smashed down. The sky and the clouds changed color, and space and time cracked. The space that had long been shattered by the elements of chaos finally could not bear the burden and shattered. Yun Nuashing's colorful eyes looked coldly at the sky-high pillar that shattered the space and came over. Billowing black aura kept coming out of his body, surrounding him and transforming into countless objects that had physical forms. Brown mountains, green towering ancient trees, or small palaces, but all of them were releasing terrifying black clouds without exception. The elements of chaos did not have a fixed form. It could change into anything in the world. No matter what it turned into, it could not hide the fact that it had extremely terrifying energy. He waved his hand lightly, and the mountains, trees, and palaces all disappeared. They turned into a long river of black mist that surged out and collided with the sky-high pillar that was coming at him. After passing by his body, the endless black mist condensed into pieces of crystal, forming a strange object that was either a few spears or a few icicles. The black giant fist and the strange object collided, but there was no huge movement. The former was like a ball of cotton that was crushed in an instant, and a large area of the void mist collapsed. The latter dragged the half-formed body that was still rapidly forming and crashed into the giant like a meteor. It flashed by with a huge light tail, so fast that it left a golden light in the air. The attack was already over. There was a huge hole in the chest of the giant that was formed from the void mist, but it was not a fatal wound. The essence of the void mist was something like mist. It did not have a physical body. It could transform into an army of darkness, and the soldiers could take dozens of different forms. They were all gaseous, just like passing through a flame. They would not cause too much damage to the flame itself. What truly destroyed the giant was the black mist that remained on his chest. It instantly devoured all the energy of the void mist and disintegrated the existence of the giant. As the two were too similar in nature, their appearances and senses were so similar that it was difficult to differentiate them. Zai and the others simply couldn't understand what was happening. All they saw was what looked like a meteor hammer piercing through the giant's chest, and the latter melted like snow in a matter of seconds. The army of darkness and the tide of darkness that covered the entire region were also annihilated along with it. It's killed just like that? Yuan, she was dumbfounded as he watched the body of the giant disappear silently. It turned into a cloud and disappeared in a few seconds. The tide of darkness also evaporated into thin air like the ebbing tide. It entangled into a huge cloud and rose into the sky and disappeared. It was unbelievable. That was a deity. Although it could not use its energy vividly, it was a strange life form with the power of a deity. Yun Nuashing could kill a deity, but he also said that it would take a lot of effort. It was not easy. A few days ago, when he faced the boss of the Tide of Darkness, he could not destroy it quickly. Is Dumbo on drugs? Chu Yingzhan's cheeks twitched. A few days ago, he let that big guy escape. Now he killed it like he was swatting a fly. That only proves that the boss has become stronger, Nightmare said faintly, and it is very likely that this change has something to do with the elements of chaos. Anyway, I don't believe that a deity can become so strong after entering the deity level. There must be other reasons. Everyone nodded. They did not believe it either. No matter how strong a deity's talent was, there was a limit to how strong he could become after entering the deity level. This was not a leap from the peak of the emperor god to the deity level. How could it be so strong that he could kill a deity like a fly? So, there must be other reasons that they could not understand. The silver-black sun had not burned out. No matter where they were, as long as they looked up, they could see the bright silver-black light of the cross. It was ominous, extremely ominous. It was even weirder than the red and black star that Zian and the others had seen. It made them feel uneasy. Seeing that the tide of darkness had completely disappeared and there was no more darkness in the void fog between heaven and earth, Chu Chan waved his hand and walked forward. "What are you waiting for? Let's go and take a look." He had just taken 2 steps when Chu Yingzhan grabbed him by the back of his collar and threw him back. "Don't go and make trouble. I'm worried now." "Well, Fairy, you and Little Chin stay here." Chu Xianling looked at his sister strangely. "What about you?" "I will go and take a look." "Okay." Yuan, she grabbed Little Moon and Yuer, who were about to sneak out. He looked at Yao Hua and the others. "You guys stay here. I'm worried that something might happen. Little Star is a little uneasy right now." Feng Air shoved Little Magic and Little Fairy to Bing Air. She also left Yi and the other little girls behind just in case. Then she threw Little White, who was throwing a tantrum, to Little Qing. It looked like they were selecting a suicide squad. Everyone was confused, but they didn't say anything. With Yun Nuoxing's current state, it was indeed not suitable for a large group of people to rush over and watch. It could easily worsen the patient's condition. In the end, only Zai, Zian, Feng Air, Ming, Chu Yingzhan, Yuanqi, and Nightmare were left. Their expressions were calm, and there was an inexplicable sense of sadness in them. It was as if they were not going to meet the person they had known for many years, but a stranger, a strange killing god. When Chu Chin saw this scene, he couldn't help but spit out a sentence. "The wind is blowing and the water is cold." The hero will never return. Before he could finish his sentence, he was slapped by Chu Xianling. The others also stared at him with black lines on their faces. This guy really couldn't hold it in. They could all tell that he had been holding it in all this time. Did he have to say it out loud? There was an aura of annihilation left in the air. Everything was silent. This space that was destroyed by the combination of the void fog and the elements of chaos had collapsed from the inside out. Even the rules were destroyed. Zai and the others only felt a sense of discomfort when they walked into this space. She was slightly better, but Zian and the others could clearly feel a sense of disgust. Their bodies were automatically rejecting this space. There was a remnant of terrifying energy lingering in this space, resisting them. There were still small wisps of void fog that had not completely dissipated. They stuck to the space and stubbornly resisted. They were scattered in the space, divided into dozens of wisps, and couldn't gather together. It was already impossible for them to come back from the ashes. It was only a matter of time before they completely dissipated. When they walked into this destroyed space again, they slowed down. The remnant energy of the elements of chaos was preventing the space from repairing itself. The cracks of time appeared in the form of areas in front of them. They could clearly see the turbulence of time rolling out from the cracks, interfering with the surrounding scenery. Zai and the others went around the layers of chaotic time and stopped at a place that was relatively intact. They looked up and saw that behind a time fissure, his figure was faintly discernible. The fissure almost completely blocked him. He had returned to his original appearance. His shrinking seemed to be an illusion not long ago. Half of his originally colorful long hair had turned silver black. It was the silver black of an inhuman thing. They did not know what it was, but their senses told them that it was something. They could not figure out what it was and where it came from. They had never heard that he had such a thing on him. However, it was very likely that he did not tell them. To be able to hold it in for so long without telling them, they were afraid that Zian couldn't explain it clearly. There were many possibilities, and none of them were good guesses. They could tell just by looking at Yun Nuoxing's current appearance. Cold, indifferent. His aura had changed drastically. The aura of the stars was no longer warm. It was filled with coldness that was even more terrifying than death. He was like a stranger, and she couldn't recognize his aura at all. He had the same face, but she couldn't feel at ease at all. There was only the cold aura of death swimming in his body. There were dozens of circular magic circles that were constantly rotating around him. The black circular magic circles were stacked on top of each other, and each circle was larger than the last. They were swaying randomly, and they emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. It was very strange. There was an illusion that they had traveled through time and space. The person standing in front of them was the Deva primal chaos god quarter moon from 70 eras, mixed with the aura of Yun Nuashing. The aura of time that had settled down was constantly spreading out from his body. The aura of his body carried a feeling of transition from death to life. It was as if he had been dead for countless years and was gradually coming back to life. He noticed them. He noticed that they had stepped into his domain. However, he ignored them and allowed them to observe him from 100 feet away. Xian looked at him quietly and gritted her teeth. She sensed something and felt a little uneasy. She raised her foot and walked toward him. Ziyi and the others wanted to stop her, but after hesitating for a moment, they also braced themselves and walked forward. The circular magic circle didn't stop them from entering. Perhaps it hadn't been activated yet, or perhaps it was just a decoration, a seal, or something else. They easily walked into the range of the circular magic circle. There were 3 different kinds of circular magic circles that were spinning wildly beside them. The black, azure, and golden magic circles were rapidly rotating. Every circle was carved with the most difficult and profound patterns to understand. They couldn't even see through a 10 millionth of them. These weren't ordinary magic circles, and they weren't any magic circles that they recognized. As they walked closer, the time crack shrunk by half. They could clearly see him. He lowered his head and stared at his palm. His long hair danced in the wind, and his expression was cold. The divine pattern of the spirit receiving divine body on his palm had turned black. The silver-black, inhuman thing was like flowing water and clouds. It swam around his body, churning up and down. It was unprecedentedly evil. Little star. The scene was chaotic, complete chaos, and complete destruction. This wasn't a place suitable for talking. It wasn't suitable for saying anything. Leaving this place was the best plan. However, Xian didn't care so much. She only softly opened her mouth and called him by his nickname. This nickname had troubled him for a period of time in the beginning. Dead silence. The space was as silent as death. There was clearly the sound of violent wind and rain, but they only felt that the surroundings were silent. It was so quiet that it was more terrifying than the land of death. After an unknown amount of time, Yun Nuashing calmly responded. Her tone was flat and unperturbed. Xian was slightly stunned. Her eyelids drooped slightly, and her jade-like hands involuntarily clenched. It was still a familiar voice, but it wasn't as gentle as before. She took a deep breath and suddenly smiled. How does it feel to be in the beginner god level? The sea is vast, and the sky is vast. Is it very comfortable? Yes. Yun Nuashing calmly responded. He didn't turn his head. He put down his hands and looked up. He seemed to be talking to himself. The beginner god level of the spiritual godly body is a bit unbelievable. The road ahead will be very difficult, but it's fine now. This is enough. No, it's not enough. I still need. The 2 of them talked as if they were chatting. Xian smiled and continued to walk forward until she was 1 meter behind him. This was the maximum distance. At such a close distance, she could already feel the crazy aura coming from him. However, his heart was still calm. She could feel it. Ming, who secretly followed them, could also feel it. He definitely hadn't lost his mind. He was the one who chose this path. He was the one who made himself like this. Thinking of his weak appearance a few days ago, they could understand a little. However, even if they understood this, they couldn't relax. She gently reached out her hand and wanted to touch him. However, just as she reached out her hand, Yun Nuashing took a step forward and avoided her. This action made her hand tremble. He turned around and looked at her. He looked at Ming and smiled. His face was still the same. It was as beautiful as ever. His eyes were still colorful, but the two diamond-shaped pupils had turned into a strange silver-black color. There was an additional silver-black mark beside the star pearl on his forehead. It was a strange and ferocious mark. However, the silver-black color that appeared on his body was like a constantly flowing liquid. It was extremely strange and terrifying. "What is that thing?" Ming couldn't help but step forward and stare at him. His voice was a little anxious and slightly reproachful. Yun Nuoxing smiled. There was no warmth in his smile. They could feel that he wanted to show a very gentle smile, just like how he usually did. However, he couldn't show it. His smile was cold and emotionless. "You should go back." Ming's body trembled violently. He frowned and wanted to say something. Zian pulled him and squeezed his little hand tightly. She looked at Yun Nuoxing and forced a smile. "Little star, are you leaving?" "In the end, I still have to leave." Ming stared at her with his eyes wide open. He then looked at Yun Nuoxing. His golden eyes were a little dazed. The two of them seemed to have agreed that there was only calmness. However, Zian couldn't calm down. She thought that she didn't have to think about this day anymore. Yun Nuoxing closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, he saw their sad expressions. He shook his head helplessly and wanted to reach out and touch their faces. However, he was already like this and couldn't reach out. Leaving wasn't his intention. If he could, he didn't want to continue on this path in this life. He didn't want to go down this path too desperately. He had someone he cared about and didn't want to go down this path again. However, in the end, he could only go down this path. For himself and for them, he had to do this. In this world, all separations and reunions are allowed. After being together for a long time, we must part, and after being apart for a long time, we must reunite. Yun Nuoxing's eyelids drooped slightly. He turned around and said softly, "We haven't been apart for very long. If I could, I wouldn't want this day to come. However, yes, it still won't work. In the end, it still has to be like this." He turned around again and stared straight at Zian and the others. He smiled slightly and said, "My heart has never changed. It has always been like this. It will never change. It won't change." Zian lowered her head and clenched her jade-like hands. She was silent. She felt like her heart was being pierced by needles. She was at a loss. She suddenly raised her head and stubbornly wanted to say something. However, she couldn't say anything. What she saw was a pair of cold and emotionless, colorful eyes. They were so cold that they could burn with fire. Her bright eyes widened and her heart skipped a beat. That was his last bit of tenderness, his last bit of warmth. After this, she was afraid that there would be no more gentle little star. He abandoned the last bit of light in his heart and walked completely into the darkness. He was still him after all. The heavenly god of chaos, the heavenly god of forbidden, heavenly god of ancient times, the monarch of darkness and chaos. He had returned. He had never changed. Liar. The warm touch on her red lips lingered for a moment. There was a lingering fragrance. It dissipated, but it didn't seem to have dissipated. A gust of wind whistled past her ears. All the dark aura disappeared. The space returned to normal in an instant. It was so normal that it was as if the destruction had never happened. There was a warm object in her jade-like hands. It was as hot as a heart. It was the pendant that he had never left his side. It could split into several parts, and the space within it was interconnected. This was the secret that he had told her. However, it was just a casual conversation. He didn't expect to use this secret one day. In this world, parting and meeting again are precious. Parting is not forever. We will meet again. We will definitely meet again. Now I'm going to fight for that equally precious future. Go back. Go back. Chapter 1130. The incessant howling of the wind stopped in an instant, and all the unsettling aura dissipated. The sky and earth returned to normal, and space and time gradually healed. The normal power of rules rushed into this empty area, repairing the broken rules here. The sun shone through the clouds, sprinkling a thin layer of golden light, as if announcing the retreat of darkness and the arrival of dawn. Before the black wind left, it swept past Zian and the others. It seemed that it had a lot to say, but before it could speak, it disappeared in a hurry and no trace of it could be found. Feng hurriedly used the soul contract to find it, but the usually sensitive soul contract also lost its effect. She could only confirm that Yun Nuoxing's vital signs were stable, and she could not find his location like before. Xing Xing. Feng murmured in her heart. She was a little depressed. Before he left, he sighed softly in her ear. He wanted to say something, but he stopped. He must be very reluctant to leave. The sin of the world. These 4 words suddenly popped out in her heart without warning, and she was shocked. She had never heard of these 4 words before, and she didn't know what they meant. But she seemed to know, and she should know something, but she couldn't find the exact information. However, she somehow knew the reason why Yun Nuoxing left, as if she had expected it, so when this scene happened, she was not too surprised. Subconsciously, she was already mentally prepared. Feng came to Zian's side. She lowered her head and didn't say anything, and Ming looked like he had lost his soul. Feng felt a little sorry for him, so she hugged the stupid angel in her arms and whispered, "Okay, remember this is just a short separation. We will meet again in the future. For thousands of years, or even billions of years, this is just a short moment. If you really can't bear it, it's not too late to catch up with him now." Huh. Yuan Shi and the others were just sighing and didn't know how to clear their minds. But when they heard Feng Er's words, they couldn't help but be stunned. Catch up with him? Chu Yingzhan was enlightened. Oh, right, the reason why the fool came to the small divine land is to step into the primary god level and also to go to the Guardian Formation's closing point and the ruins of the Dark God Palace. He also needs to retrieve the Time Sand Sword. If there are no accidents, he won't change his destination. If he must, we can follow them to those places, right? Nightmare scratched his chin. We still remember the locations, but is that a good idea? When the boss left, he seemed to want to say something, but hesitated. It seemed like he had something to hide. I chased after him rashly. Xing Xing left us because he was worried about something. His power. I can't tell you everything. I can't think of the most important part, but that's it. Feng said with difficulty. It shouldn't be a problem to take a look at him from a distance. Yuan Shi and the others looked at each other and scratched their heads. They all knew that Feng was acquainted with Quarter Moon in the far ancient era, so she probably knew something. However, after a few lifetimes, she didn't have any memories left. What was left were only fragments left in her bloodline. Naturally, she couldn't prove anything. Yuan, she looked at Zian and Ming worriedly. He couldn't help but sigh. He left so decisively. What should he do with the 2 of them? Zian was fine. She could adjust herself, but the little angel, looking at her dazed look, she probably wouldn't be able to come back to her senses for a while. Oh, and little Purple Soul, Shilai, and Xian, the 3 little girls. Slap, slap! Zian slapped her cheeks hard, causing her charming face to turn red. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After repeating this for a while, she finally opened her eyes. A deep purple light flashed in her eyes as she looked at Ming Ming. She reached out her hand and stroked the angel's silver-white hair. She gently said, "Let's go find your brother, okay?" Yuan Shi and the others sighed in relief. It seemed that she had made up her mind. Yi cracked his knuckles. "All right, that little bastard ran away again. Wait until I catch him. See if I don't crush him to death." Everyone was sweating. This sister was full of resentment. Ming's silent golden eyes slowly came back to her senses. She looked at Zian, who was smiling as usual, and thought for a long time. Then she nodded. "Okay," Zian nodded and looked at the horizon. For a moment, she couldn't focus her eyes on anything. She inadvertently looked in 3 directions. Yun Nuoxing was going to those 3 places. If it was him, If it was him, where would he go first? Where would they have a higher chance of meeting him? Zien looked down at the pendant in her hand and smiled. She put it around her neck and murmured to herself, "Little star, it's our turn to look for you this time." After she told everyone about Yun Nuashing leaving and going on the road alone, the air became quiet again. Ding Mingyu couldn't help but mutter, "That guy likes to go on the road alone that much?" Xue Lingfeng and the others nodded in agreement. Last time in the Jia Su mysterious land, they saw him run away alone. This time in the little divine land, that guy ran away alone again. Even Lin Sheng felt that there was nothing to defend Zien and Feng, or couldn't help but smile bitterly. Feng shook her head. "Star, he has too many things on his shoulders. The road he takes is too extreme. If he stays with us, he may hurt us. Probably this is what he thinks, so he left." That's right. According to the malice contained in the torrent of information, many people have already regarded him as an enemy. Although it's not good to say this, it's easy to be angry if we stay with him. Yuan, she helplessly spread out his hands. How many people can he deal with? 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, or even trillions, or even more. But if one enemy runs out, Nightmare finished his words. Any high-level god running out is a disaster for us. Boss doesn't have time to care so much. If we stay with him, he will be restrained. No matter what, he has to deal with the whole world. Everyone looked at each other, and the word burden suddenly popped up in their hearts, making them not know whether to laugh or cry. They reckoned that this was the real answer. To him, this group of people was a burden. Although they did not want to admit it, his enemies should all be high-level gods or something like that. Now, they could not even deal with strong people of the god and underworld level. It was even harder to say if there were people of a higher level. Jun Luo Yi's expression was a little strange. She looked at the sky and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. That guy. She only guessed a little, but she did know more details. Neither did the others. Purple Knight pondered for a moment, rubbed little Purple Soul's head, and said softly he should have gone to those places according to the plan. If you want to chase after him, you'd better go now. We're not as fast as him. That's why we have Yaohua here. Yuan, she sighed. He's too lazy. We've never seen such a lazy person with the light element. Isn't it killing him to run with dozens of people? Thunder shrugged exaggeratedly. Sometimes he felt that he ran faster than Yaohua. The speed of the thunder element was also very fast. Yaohua was speechless. Then, here comes the question. Of the three places, where would the fool go? Chu Yingzhan posed a very serious question. Everyone was confused and scratched their heads. If it's Little Star. Yen rubbed her bangs with her jade-like hand, imitating his movements and his way of thinking. Starlight flickered in her deep purple eyes. We can go to the place where the time sand sword is and wait for him. If it was him, he would go there first. He'll go to time sand sword first. Chu Yingzhan crossed her arms and frowned. Zien shook her head. He'll go to the ruins of the Dark Temple first, but we're much slower than him. He'll go to the second place where the Guardian Circle closes up. Finally, he'll go to Time Sand Sword. If we go now, we can get there before Little Star retrieves Time Sand Sword. Qin Yen said softly, that place is now a tiger's den. It won't be easy to get there. The news that the Time Sand Sword had fallen into the small divine land had long spread. However, it was not that the Time Sand Sword had appeared. Instead, it was that there was a suspected eternal weapon, or even a weapon of a higher level. The Time Sand Sword had smashed a hole in the small divine land, and the power that leaked out had turned the area and the area within a radius of more than 100,000 miles into a forbidden area. Even the gods would shrink back at the sight of it. Even if no one went in, the area was still heavily guarded. Perhaps those who coveted the mysterious weapon thought that if they could not get it, they would not allow others to touch it. This was what the fortress consciousness told them. It was simple and easy to understand. Let's take it one step at a time. Little Zien is right. That guy's speed is insane. Let's go to Time Sand Sword and wait. Violet Knight nodded. Everyone thought for a while and nodded. Yuan, she looked at Lin Sheng and the others. Seeing them nodding, he could not help but be surprised. You guys are going too. Lin Sheng scratched his head. I was planning to join in the fun or something. Anyway, I don't have a special destination now. I came to Little Divine Land to gain experience. I don't have a problem with any kind of experience. It feels quite fun. In the end, he could not help but add, although it's quite dangerous. She waved her hand, and a huge temporary teleportation circle appeared. She took a deep breath and wiped her sweat with her wide sleeves. The temporary teleportation circle has been built. It leads directly to the 10th state. Time, Sand, Sword fell to the north of the 3rd state. After we teleport there, the circle will need some time to rest before it can be rebuilt. If we have the time to rest, we might have already flown there. So let's just fly there for the rest of the journey. She was not very proficient in this kind of one-time teleportation array. She could beat people up, but teleportation was a little difficult. She had built this array in her spare time. If it collapsed, she would have to rebuild it. She did not know how long it would take to successfully build a teleportation array of the same level as the one she was using now. She could not help but laugh bitterly. She really missed the time when Brother Nuo was around. She could go wherever she wanted. Everyone looked at her and knew what she was thinking. They could not help but feel a little annoyed. Without the green oil chicken, it was a little uncomfortable to rely on oneself. All right, it wasn't a good idea to rely on others all the time. The problem was, this distance was too big. They were used to being carried by Yun Nuo Planet to fly around in the sky. Crossing more than 10 prefectures in 2 hours was like playing around. Shiyun tugged on Zai's hand and said softly, Sister Zai. Sister Kai Xia did not come out. Zai was stunned. Little White and Little Qing were also stunned. Zai looked around and confirmed that the little fairy was not there. Then he recalled the scene when he came out of Yun Nuoxing's spiritual world. He could not help but slap his forehead. That little fairy hid while Little Star was distracted. She's still in that idiot's spiritual world. Zai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't I think of that at that time? Everyone did not know whether to laugh or cry. Who knew why you did not think of that? However, speaking of that little fairy, it was very easy to overlook her. She could just turn into a small ball and hide. Moreover, Yun Nuoxing was a little distracted at that time. It was probably because of that little fairy was overlooked. Zai rubbed his forehead. Now, let's see if that little fairy can be controlled. I don't think she can be controlled. We should rely on ourselves. Let's go. Those who want to catch Yun Nuoxing, hurry up and stand in line. Everyone looked at each other and stood on the teleportation portal. Their gazes were very determined. What a joke. This sounded very fun. How could they not participate? Although it did feel very dangerous, that was it. Malice. Malice floated all over the world. Though left behind by the torrent of information that streaked across space, did not dissipate for a long time. This world was rejecting him and resisting him. These were all illusions. They were just the remnants of their power. They would dissipate after a while. He just needed to ignore them. His figure was like a black comet that tore through space. Everywhere he went, he carried a monstrous destructive force. Space, time, and laws were all stirred up to the point of shattering. Moreover, it was as if they had been crushed by something extremely heavy. There wasn't a single intact piece of space in an area of 30 kilometers. According to his own words, wherever he went, he would leave behind a monstrous stench. He was not worried about whether Xian and the others could live well in the small divine land. With Zai and Yishi around, there would not be any problems. What he needed to worry about now was himself. The silver-black inhuman object was something he had obtained in the ancient age. It was not a specific object, but a kind of concept. The inhuman object was what it looked like in the modern world. The silver-black liquid was like a boundless sea, but also like a small blob. In the past, he only dared to seal it in his soul. He hid it very deeply. He thought that it would gradually be wiped out in the samsara. However, he did not expect that after 70 eras in the great origin realm, it had become stronger and more terrifying in his soul. Perhaps during those years of samsara, when he and the world he lived in were destroyed together, the parts contained in those worlds merged into the inhuman object. Perhaps there were other possibilities, but he could not investigate further. He could not see through these things in the past, and he could not see through them now. He only saw a part of it and took the risk to borrow it for a while. It was very dangerous. Even he, the monarch of chaos and darkness, could not bear such a deep darkness. Fortunately, he was able to bear it. It was another dance on a tightrope. He could not remember how many times he had done such risky things. There was a strange silver-black pattern on his back. Half of it was completely entangled with the divine pattern of the divine body. He was not sure if it would cause any changes, but his senses and intuition told him that it would not affect him. That part of the divine weapon was also fine. Speaking of divine weapons, boom! Yun Nuoxing's body fell from the sky like a comet. He smashed into the ground with a huge force, causing the ground within a radius of 10,000 miles to cave in for dozens of miles deep. Countless pieces of sand and soil shot up into the sky like a waterfall. The mountain range he had landed on was directly raised to the ground. Dozens of black magic arrays were activated one after another, surrounding the area impenetrably. Yun Nuoxing gasped for breath. He waved his hand and took out a weapon. It was an ancient bronze lamp. The wick of the lamp was flickering with colorful and silver-black flames. It seemed that it was more or less affected by the divine weapon. This ancient lamp was a 12th level eternal divine weapon. This was the limit. There was an insurmountable chasm between eternal divine weapons and Godhead weapons. It could not be further improved. The cost of reforging it into a Godhead weapon was no less than the cost of forging a Godhead weapon directly. Yes, this was a theory and also a theorem. Countless years had passed, but this theory could not be overturned. The difference between eternal divine weapons and Godhead weapons was like the difference between an ordinary weapon and a divine weapon. However, at this moment, the soul-suppressing lamp was faintly changing. It was absorbing his energy. It was very weak and slow, but it was definitely there. And it was not only the lamp. All the weapons he had absorbed, including the Nethervoid sword and Linghong sword, were also faintly changing. It was as if they were actively seeking to improve. They were sending out a signal that they wanted to improve. Therefore, they were constantly absorbing his energy. 1 grain of sand was not much, and 10 grains of sand were not much either. However, when this number was multiplied by 10 or 100 times, one could see a handful of sand or a small mountain. At this moment, this handful of sand was constantly absorbing his energy. The way it was extracting was very strange. It was not endless. Instead, it was extracting the energy that overflowed from him. It was as if the sand continued to pour water into a bucket, and the sand absorbed the overflowed water from the bucket. However, the reality was not that simple. The sand was not only extracting the overflowed water, they also occupied part of the bucket, reducing the capacity of the bucket. The missing part was constantly being extracted by the sand. His body's capacity was still normal, but a part of his energy had disappeared. To put it simply, his body's energy capacity went from 100% to 99%, and that 1% was actually reasonably taken up by the weapons. He could only use that 99% of his energy. At first, it did not sound like much, but his body judged that 1% of his energy was missing. Therefore, it automatically extracted the power of heaven and earth and various other powers to fill this hole. However, every bit of energy that was replenished would be sucked away by the weapons. This cycle went on endlessly. Fortunately, he himself was a huge energy user. The various deity techniques that he had cultivated were also powerful enough. He would not be weakened by the continuous recovery of energy, at least for now. When he advanced into the deity stage, he deduced that this situation would probably continue for the entire deity stage. Furthermore, the speed at which the weapons were extracting energy would become faster and faster. In other words, his body's energy capacity would become smaller and smaller. Even if advancing would increase his capacity, the overall capacity would still decrease by a percentage. Although he still had 99% at the deity stage, first transition, when he reached the deity stage, ninth transition, he would only have 91% left. When he reached the deity stage, first transition, he would have 49%. Didn't that mean that when he reached the deity stage, ninth transition, he would only have 1% left? Then his body's self-recovery speed would become faster and faster, continuously extracting his physical strength, mental strength, and soul power. He would become weaker and weaker. Even Yun Nuashing could not help but exclaim. It was no wonder that the spiritual divine bodies in the past were killed at the deity stage. It turned out that they were killed while their energy was being sucked away by their weapons, and they were in a weak state. In the deity stage, they used the deity weapons to do whatever they wanted. Now that they reached the deity stage, it was the other way around. The spiritual divine bodies automatically nourished the deity weapons, and deity weapons, that's right. The spiritual divine bodies were autonomous. Buzz, buzz. The soul-suppressing lamp let out a slight buzz, telling him that the current situation was not caused by the deity weapons and deity weapons. It was caused by the spiritual divine bodies. He couldn't even utter a single word of bullshit. Luckily, I didn't cultivate the spiritual divine bodies in the ancient past. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to live for more than a few years. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Back then, he was already like this because of the dark element and the primal chaos element. With the addition of the spiritual divine bodies, he wouldn't even know how he died. But thinking about it again, the situation he was going to face in this life did not seem to be any better. All right, actually, it was still much better. He was at the peak of the deity stage in this life, and he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He shouldn't be unable to cross this heaven-defying hurdle, probably. The road ahead is long, and there is no end in sight. Yun Nuashing sighed, faintly. When the spiritual divine bodies and the primal chaos element pressed down together, it was really huge.